Uh-oh. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, it broke my crop. That's why it's happening. Okay. Everybody. You guys just see the thing slowly disappearing. Sorry, is it actually doing what I wanted to do? What's it doing actually? Oh wait, what? Why is it going down and not getting smaller? What's happening? How do I crop this? Hello, Deemer. I think that's you, right? By the way. Um, I see you guys are in the chat. I'm sorry. Somehow the crop broke my stuff. Hang on. Yes, 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 yes. Very cool, very cool. Edit, transform, ordering, properties, not properties. So it has to be this edit. Why is it not doing it correctly? Oh, I think it's shifting both at the same. Wait, hang on. Let me try this. So I think by changing the crop, it's also shifting its position, likely. Everybody, all the way down. It's not though. It's not actually doing anything. That's really stupid. I don't know what changed on the YouTube side. I guess they changed the CSS and now it's kind of broken my chat box. It's got that stupid sign thing now. Don't worry, guys. I have 200 streams of experience down my belt. Hello, Kirio. Uh, I have no idea what I'm doing. How is that thing there, dude? It's so stupid. Nandina. That's why I hate technology. Like, if you do software, if anybody does software in a production, any capacity at all, it would be it's always a miracle seeing how things are still working half the time. Like everything should have been broken a long time ago, I feel like. The music sound like Beauty and the Beast. Oh, this doesn't. Wait. No, whoa, where'd it go? What? Where'd it go? So I don't know what the difference is between the height and then the other set of numbers. I guess I'll just leave it. I don't know what to do about it right now. It caught me off guard because I only turned on my OBS last minute. So if things break, it's just on stream, I guess. Anyways, so we had this sketch from yesterday that I would like to finish, but then I was thinking in a more clear-minded fashion. I wanted to have the sheets done, right, for this character. So really, I should be working on the layout of the sheets first. So I want to know specifically what kind of stuff I want to have in order to sort of showcase everything. I've actually done this planning about like 5 times now. I just keep forgetting where I did what I did. But the idea is to have a set of sheets that if you go through, you can get a more visceral sort of feel for the character. Instead of just looking at words and being like, oh, she is supposed to have this personality, we would have a very concrete set of stuff that demonstrates it instead. So anyways, the proportions are wrong too, so it's all kind of a little bit janky. I want to do it right, but I also don't want to spend time going back and forth again and again. So clothing we're kind of done for now. Or maybe I don't care about it just yet. Maybe I'll just go with the sketches first. So, because there's still a lot of stuff that I'm not confirmed yet. Anyways, I guess I'll just start drawing here. Where is... I guess we're kind of here, huh? Apparently, we're talking about her in when she's working or something. Hello, Veil, to you. Thank you for your kind words. But mine's not really necessarily tutorial, per se. Mine is just nonsense. I don't plan out what I'm gonna do that much anymore. Not like when I first started. That gave people a reason to join. Now it's just kind of like whatever happens, happens. So unfortunately, it's not as organized as it could be. It's not so much of a knowledge transfer, more of a discovery process. But anyways, thank you for your support, though. Having 4 viewers is a lot still, I feel like. It's always kind of weird imagining myself sitting in a room with 4 people just sitting there listening to me. Even if they're just doing their own things anyways. Uh-oh, wait, hang on. I'm gonna be right back. Oh. Come on. Need to get a t-shirt to wipe down my tablet here periodically. This is right, this is left. In order to target that sequence, that's fine. Main line is here. Yeah, I'll keep it simple, I think. What's my res here? 4K. Okay, what is the res here? Also 4K. Oh, okay then. That's fine then. Now I'll just draw it as is. I don't have to upsize it anymore. But how long have I been drawing? It's a bit of a difficult question to answer. Because I've kind of sketched here and there as a kid, but not a lot, right? And then 2020, I wanted to get better a lot. Like seriously practice it. But most of my progress was made this year because the amount of time I spent drawing this year, you can see the number, 243 streams, right? At least 3 hours each. If I combine all the time I did this year, it probably already trumps all the amount of time that I've drawn as a kid and then and then all the years before this year as well. So how many years have I been drawing? I think a shorter answer would be 5, technically, since I wanted to get better. I made that decision in 2020. But in terms of progress, it's primarily this year. Not to mention, not to discount the fact that I've started all those times ago. Because a lot of art is you kind of see things, you absorb things over time. So I think my progress this year would not have been possible if it not for all the years I have kind of struggled and grinded before as well. So yeah, so I guess 5 is a reasonable number. Because things would not have happened if it not for all those times anyways. As much as I think it's cool to be like, oh, I made so much progress in this year, but I think that's also not necessarily the most accurate. Yeah, actually that's great. That's great. Alright, anyways, thank you for the question. I think this helps me work out the best possible answer to this. The most accurate answer. Also, I hope Korean music isn't gonna get me copyrighted. Sometimes, like, anime music has issues for some reason. Oh, let me turn off my heater for now. Trying to make sure that I don't fall sick again, as it means I'm constantly sweating. I have to make sure I'm constantly warm. My body is like not making enough heat, it seems, for the most part, and I have to artificially bring it up here. Did I get copyright yesterday? Well, not during the stream, and that's good enough for me. Usually the copyright always comes anyways, whether if we get any on stream. Like, I think there are only like a handful, like less than 5, that doesn't actually have any copyright. Cause hello George, by the way. And then previously it was all Genshin stuff, but then Genshin once in I think like one of the ones before just had like a random copyright issue. Like someone copyrighted like a random song in the middle of the entire like 1 or 2 hour compilation, and it just started, and I guess it just copyrighted everything too. So it would be nice, you know, like one day we get everything our own stuff, everything I can create. We can have our own sort of work lo-fi music or whatever. That would be way down the line. Oh my god, dude. I can dream, I can dream. You know, like the genie in a bottle question, like if you can make a wish right now, what would you make? What would you wish for? I think wishing for a good amount of money is like not a bad wish, right? If you have 3 wishes, right? For sure. But then if you only have 1 wish, I would still think that I would want to wish for having all the skills I need to do all the things I want to do. I think that is still the most OP. Because even if you have money, even if you have like a really long life, I mean, maybe if you have like if you're immortal or something, then you can learn everything. But otherwise, like, you still wouldn't have enough time to pick up all the skills to a satisfying degree of level and proficiency to do everything to your liking. So I would wish for having enough skills. How long does it take? It really depends on what I'm trying to draw. There are pieces that took me 40 hours, so I literally did 8 hours a day for an entire week, and then it still came out kind of crap. And then these sketches are a lot chiller. They're like black and white sort of sketch, I guess, that I can finish within, let's see. Oh, sorry, I didn't even open my refs yet. Let me just show you real quick, actually. Now that I have that style alignment board, it's a little bit easier to just talk about, a lot faster to talk about it. I don't go around looking for stuff. So, I mean, stuff like this would have been, I think this took us a week of drawing, right? A week of spamming. But like, this is still actually pretty short, relatively speaking. This would have been like 20 something hours, I think. The 40-hour one doesn't even look close to this. But that was because it was done like 3 years ago or something. And then like stuff like this, these are photo studies. These take like half an hour, depending on if I want to set up the anatomy or not. If I'm just going for shapes, these are like half an hour or something. Then the cleaner ones take a little bit longer because I clean up the lines and I have to go in and cut out all the shapes and stuff. Stuff like this as well, it takes a bit longer. These are potentially doable in 3 to 4 hours, I think, potentially. If it's just a photo study and I have the colors, it will be pretty quick. But if I want to fix the pose, fix the anatomy, fix the dress, change the dress, or something like that, that's gonna extend the time. So 2 to 4 hours, 2 to 5 hours maybe. These are other people's stuff. Yeah, so yeah. This is the 40-hour one. This is the 40-hour one. This is one of the 40-hour ones. And then you also have 40 hours like this. So it's quite different, the ways that you can go down. But yeah, that's a rough gist of thingies. All of those things I don't feel very adequate necessarily calling it my own, just simply because it's very hard to replicate it because I don't have a very solid grasp of what is it that I'm doing. In some sense, it feels like beginner's luck, right? It's like a fluke. It just happened. But I also know that, hey, you know, realistically, if I do want to go for it, I should, like, you know, realistically be able to replicate it. It's just, it feels like you're never on solid ground. Just doesn't feel very good. Trying to figure out where the hair is going to be and what it's going to interact with. Is it going to interact with the breasts or not? I feel like with her neck coming out this way like this, everything should be leaning forwards, and then the hair coming from the side of the face should therefore not be on top of the breast. Trying to match up this side. Primarily, I want to match this side to this side, I think, because there's this gap here that I don't really like. But I don't want to bring this any lower either. So this looks right already. Looks fine already. Yeah, would it be in the front or would it be in the back? Right, it should be in the front, right? Yeah, it would be nice if there's some interaction though. But then that means I'm pushing it pretty far back. But then again, right, I think it's meant to be there as well. Because it's right behind, right in front of the ears here. So it's a little bit to the side of the head. If anything, the ears are maybe kind of far forwards then? This ear here? Maybe it would have been here instead. Nah, I guess thereabouts, right? Aika. I will just go with the interaction, I think. I'll just go ahead with it. Oh yeah, she has a name. Her name is Faye. Lore-wise, the virus, I kind of went over her lore a little bit. There's a lore reason for this name. She didn't have a name for the longest time. And then, oh, thank you, Veil. But she didn't have a name for the longest time. And then she was sorting out her own sort of issues with trauma and abuse and stuff like lore-wise. And then at some point, she came across Ria. Ria is kind of broken down, you know, kind of like some of the people that used to help her. So she got really emotionally attached. And then the idea is that in order to get her off of Ria's back, you know, so that she can breathe, a stuffed animal was given to her in exchange, and then she got a little bit of an attachment issue with the stuffed animal, and then she got interested in fixing stuffed animals, making stuffed animals, designing stuffed animals. She gets better with sewing. And then so basically in this sort of imaginary organization of a bunch of basically orphans or people that need help off the streets, that formed with all these people in mind. She, being as part of this organization, kind of goes around and helps other kids with making stuffed animals and stuff. And then other kids are like, oh, look at her, she's got wings, she's got weird stuff. Maybe she's a fairy. So then she's like, oh, okay. Slowly she starts to warm up, right? Like slowly the character develops, slowly all this sort of issues get resolved over time. And then, like, I haven't figured out yet, but like we could give her even more sort of background that chains in. So maybe in the past, I don't know, maybe she saw like a story with fairies. Maybe she talked about, maybe someone, one of her old friends before they died was like, oh, you look like a fairy. You don't look ugly. You look like a fairy, or something like that. It reminded her of that, and then she take a liking to it, and then she realized that she has a purpose still, and then that will be how the name came about. That's kind of the idea, I think. At this point, I think there's a good chance that all the other characters, because Ria was to me, a kind of a avenue for sort of solving a lot of my issues in life. Although not necessarily like really solving it, just mostly ignoring long enough until I figure out how to deal with it. But in a sense, like she helped. And then if these characters are based off of other issues that I've had, that means that I can make it such that the story is basically Ria helping out all these characters in ways that she doesn't even understand, but in also ways that represent and um that also represent what actually happened in real life in a sort of abstract way. So then it's kind of interesting because basically chapter 1 is Ria helping me, like the equivalent of myself. So there'll be another character that will be representing myself, and then Ria will help me. Then in the second chapter is Ria helping out these sort of figments of my imagination, but also sort of represents myself yet again. And then chapter 3 is like her doing her own thing. Arc Knight's level tragic. I can't promise you anything. I feel like it's gonna tend to be pretty. If we get to actually make stories and stuff, it's gonna be pretty. It's definitely gonna go in the direction, shall I say? I think. It's like a reflection of kind of how I view life, right? I think, and if that's the case, it's going to be a little bit more on the darker and all the bad sides because that's kind of what I see for the most part. Yes, failed. The whole reason why I even have a channel is because of those ass studies. It's a very hard style to really master. Bro, how do I say this? To even mimic, rather. Not even necessarily to master, because there's a lot of years of experience into the decision making that I don't get. I cannot put it into words because I do not get it. So, like, there's no good way to sort of mimic that other than having your own experiences, which will inherently be different than what Ask has. So what you end up with is something that isn't going to be similar. It will be unique in its own right, which is, I think, a good thing. Yeah. Oh man, I don't know where this wing is supposed. I don't like the shape of the wing. The whole idea of like drawing a bunch right now is for her is sort of some anatomy stuff, sort of the coloring and the whole process, right? That's the biggest problem that I'm facing right now. That I'm always getting stuck with, hey, the rendering looks bad. But if I have a character that I want to make look good, then the mentality is different and it feels a little bit easier to try harder and stuff. So that's kind of why she exists as a drawing reason. But then in terms of her design as well, I also need to try a little bit harder each time so that every time I draw her, the shapes that I use for her character becomes more and more and more agreeable. Sorry, why? How many layers do I have here? Goddamn. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? This year is not right. Because I need to bring it forwards here. It's gonna get stuck on the arm here, I think. I actually never really fully understand how big her ears are supposed to be. I mean, that's part of why we're drawing, so that I can sort out some of these issues. How big the ears are, how big the wings are, how big the tail is. I think it's gonna fluctuate a lot in the beginning. Yeah, she has a lot of... She basically just has the features that I like, right? And all the characters that I've seen thus far. That's why in the backstory, I kind of need to give her something that's reasonable. Like, for example, she's just made in the lab. This way, I don't have to justify anything that's weird, like in terms of like a hybrid between this and that, because the parents are this and that, you know. She just get no parents. No parents at all. I do not know that character. Let me take a look at them. Here. All right, what does Google AI is telling me? What was this nonsense? cheerful, ditzy mermaid and heroine candidate. Candidate? Who runs a bathhouse at an inn in Sharon's. Transforms into a mermaid when wet. Okay, the when wet needs a little bit more clarification. Loves fish, especially killing squid. What? By the way, my character's not gonna transform or anything, so it is what it is, like this. Yeah, Veiled. If you do a study, it's very easy to make it look the same, because all you're doing is you're copy and pasting shapes and colors and stuff. But if you want to be able to draw something of your own and get it to be that polished, it's very, very hard. It's unbelievably hard compared to just doing a study, because you have to hello Tosque. You have to mimic all of the decisions and you have to do them correctly. And it's so hard. There's so many things that can change in art, right? So it's just not very realistic. The thing about why people study is they have a thing that they like. For me, the reason why I study was not necessarily very correct, because the reason why I study is not because I saw something I like and I want to try to figure out how that is done. I mean, to some parts that is true, right? If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have done it. But the main thing I do it for is a proof of concept, a self-confidence boost, a thing to prove to myself that, hey, I can render something like this. But then later on, now I'm realizing that the whole thing is still kind of misguided. Because even though if I can do a study, it doesn't mean I can render it like that, because I'm still missing all the fundamentals and the experience to really make it happen consistently. So there's a confidence booster and a sort of a more technical exploration into the layering setup. But other than that, it's not much value that my video brings. Like if you're very lost in terms of, hey, how am I supposed to set up the layers and stuff, you know, then I can provide a solution in my videos. But if you're really trying to learn how to be like Ask, my videos are actually kind of bad because I don't break it down. Yeah, I drew it yesterday. I don't like what it is. I was just saying that I want to make sure that every time I draw this character, I want to bring it up to the maximum level that I can make her. I want to make her as clean as possible, the shapes. That's why I'm redoing the stuff that I don't even like a little bit. Sorry, we have 11 people. Anyways, Blue Eye Captive is uniroute storytelling as an anti-world building. It avoids that lore dumping and just focus on the character. Right. The 3D model changes into mermaid when it's raining. Indeed. Wait, I'm kind of curious. Oh, but it's a mermaid, right? So the top half is still human. Okay. I want to, through this character, basically figure out a couple of things, right? Number one, the most biggest thing is the kind of rendering that I'm okay with for drawing just character-focused art, right? Because it's not going to be necessarily very painterly, very highly detailed, but it needs to still have a certain level of polish and a certain level of sort of details in there still. And having her here just makes it a little bit easier, because it makes me want to figure it out more. That's number one. Number two would be some of the shapes. For example, the hair. What happens when I start rendering with the hair, with the clothing. Yeah, more chance to practice anatomy rendering, especially the tummy. It's I've seen so many different ways, right? There are people who treat it as though it's almost flat with just a little bit of, like, just one big round shape. There are people who really define the muscles. There are people who are somewhere in between. We kind of want to be somewhere in between, I think. I think. That's also kind of what we're here to figure out. Exactly what is it that I like, I think. Yeah, I've spent too many years doing misguided stuff, I think. Thinking that styles is just like a window shopping. You know, go around looking at all these artists. Oh, I like that. Let me just take that, you know. Doesn't really work, because it came about as a result of all the years of experience that they have, right? And without those years of experience, it's kind of hard to really get into their minds and being like, oh, this is why they did this. At best, you can maybe figure out something that works for a little bit, but it doesn't feel very free. It doesn't feel very coherent at times. Where is her? Okay, this is somewhere here. I don't know what's happening here, actually. Yeah, I didn't know what was happening before I did them all. I'm gonna... Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself when I start lining this. I don't know what lines I'm supposed to be looking at. Yeah, like I think it's just something that they have to try and fail and fail and fail and fail. Hopefully not as long as I have, you know, but like there are some things that cannot really be taught, I think. The only thing that the person may be able to do is set up an environment for them to fail faster and earlier. This way they can figure it out for themselves, but then otherwise not much you can do. Something like the whole concept of knowing versus understanding is so prevalent throughout the entirety of the journey. There's so many times I've heard that, hey, you have to do this and not do that, but until you try doing A and failing a lot of times, you don't really understand why you need to do B. Like, it really feels like that sometimes. Maybe I'm just starving and I don't want to listen to what people say, because I'm sure like compared to art, maybe the math and sciences, right? People would have said do this first and then do that. Break it down like this and then do that. I would have probably followed more. Just because I guess that's kind of what I'm used to. But then art, when it starts to become like so personally involved, you have so much personal stake in it. It'll be like, are you sure? Can I trust you? I don't know. Like, let me try this anyways, right? Like, yeah, sure, but like, you know, hey. Yeah, talking to someone always helps, hopefully, I think. I don't know if that's necessarily true either, Kirio. Like, how about this? I think if you found someone who has walked through the path that you have walked and want to and have the same sort of thought process, personality, workflow, that kind of stuff that's agreeable to you, then it's more like thing is a little bit easier. But otherwise, like nowadays, like a lot of stuff I learned is through talking to you guys, right? So I'm not denying that talking to people help, but it also helped me a lot because I had all these failures before already. I had all these times where I was like suffering and suffering and suffering, and then now when I talk, it immediately makes it very clear that, hey, this is why I was doing it wrong. But then if you have none of those experience and you just talk to people, it just becomes another opinion, right? It's just existing in a vacuum. And well, again, you know, are you gonna listen to that? Are you gonna listen to just any opinion that's out there? How do you know this one is the correct one for you? How do you know this one makes sense to you? So just talking will give you some of the ideas, but I think ultimately you still have to go through that process, I think. Trying to figure out what this clothing is supposed to look like. Oh yeah, George, actually that's a good point. Environment does changes a lot. Does change a lot of things just because hang on, let me see. Pinterest, jacket, references. Because maybe that's why like all the math and science stuff makes sense, because it was done in a classroom environment. Everyone's doing it. Everyone's following what the teacher says. I guess I'll follow too, right? But then otherwise, I'm just like, maybe I do this way. I don't know. Maybe this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe I shouldn't be following everything he just says. Kind of vibe. Trying to figure out what this setup is. So where the hell is the hoodie? Like, how is this supposed to set up? I don't want to make it too difficult either, because getting stuck like this and just being like, looks bad is kind of how I got into this this hole, right? It's kind of digging the hole again. So even if it's not necessarily that correct, I'll just give it a bit more effort in trying each time, and then if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't work out, we just look at the bright side and just look at the good things. I feel like the neck is way too far back again. Yeah, like given the setup, I feel like the neck and head is kind of far back, is it not? And you guys spam me out. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Some of these knowledge is definitely ah shit. Okay, hang on. I feel like I might not have set this up correctly. Where was this guy? This guy was built on top of... I need to start merging layers because it's gonna be a little bit too crazy here. Let's just apply this. What am I doing? These two are whole. Sorry, what is this? Empty layer? Oh, it's not even related. Let me get rid of this then. Hello, Yugami. Yeah, the split between the knowledge and the part where you have to grind, I think. Yeah, it feels very detached. But didn't I have a reference for this? The chin is above the shoulder. Oh, but the neck wasn't recessed necessarily. It wasn't pushing back this much in the angle. Let me adjust that real quick and see how it feels. This makes a little bit more sense. Actually, yeah, looking back, I feel like yeah, the understanding versus knowing. Some part of art is just knowing. Some part of art is well, a big part of it is understanding and just trying it out for yourself and figuring out what you like and don't like. The only difference. What should I even start? I think the initial misconception I had was that art was just entirely knowledge based. If you know what to do, then you can do it. But then there are some things that you really have to try it to fully be able to execute it. And looking back, honestly, math and science is also kind of similar, except there's a lot less play, right? Because you can learn the concept, but you still have to play around with it, applying to the questions to really fully get it. But then in art, it's kind of like the same thing, but even more, even less objective, I guess. There's no one correct answer now, so then it becomes a lot more important to try it out and figure it out. I think there might be anatomy issues. I'm not 100% sure. No, but if I push it here, I think it's a bit closer then. Because it would mean that this is the stack here, then stack here. Nah, it's good enough for now. It's not really triggering anything in my head. God damn, bro. 10 bajillion lines. So is this an empty layer again? Oh my god. Music's great, but it fluctuates a lot in the volume. So, hello, circle. Previously, it would have been. So, what does it look like normally here? Ah, こんなもんでしょ? So it's kind of like that, which means normally it would have been something like the shoulder. And then this is a hoodie, but let's say it's a jacket that opens up. This will just come down a little bit more. Maybe it's some kind of a thingy here. I don't know. Shit. Then it goes down. Zipper here. This comes out, and then the arm comes up. And then I want to squish all these things together. So I guess you just put like random shapes here then, right? That works. Most of this is gonna be covered too, but gotta work it out. It's the same as anatomy, I think. Like even if the clothing is gonna cover it, I always try to work it out in the past. I remember. Always being like, oh shit, I should do this. I should do this. So let's do it. And then I always feels kind of like, why am I doing this? It's gonna get covered, bro. I spent 10 hours on the damn thing. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Toad's crazy. Sorry, I didn't see that message. I was on the other page. I'm glad we agree. So, but what is the top view of that? So basically, the hoodie's opening is, the hood's opening is kind of like that. What is Twitch page? I don't know what Twitch page is. Oh, Twitch chat? Wait, someone on Twitch chat? The Super YouTube chat, by the way, is screwed up today. I don't know what's different. It just kind of screwed itself up. I don't know how to fix it, because I don't know why I can't crop it properly. It's just always there. So I'm guessing it's the CSS that I'm using, the custom CSS. So I have to look at it a little bit deeper, but the stream is already started. I'm just gonna do it later. Anything else that the thing? Yeah, nothing else to update you guys at the moment. I've already added the artist that we're going to talk to on Discord. We've exchanged our first greetings, so I'm expecting the thing to go through now. Previously, there was a chance because we haven't paid yet or anything, right? So it's not like it's confirmed. That's why I didn't send the message until now. But now that I've already added on the Discord and it seems like things are gearing up to go, yeah, Kirio, sorry, Kirio, you probably won't hear yet. So I need to update, but the idea is that we cannot do it on stream anymore just because they don't want to be on stream. They don't want to have their voices on video or on stream or anything like that. So I have to talk to them offline, one-on-one, literally. The bonus of that is that I don't have to worry about stream anymore, right? I don't have to worry about making sure that whatchamacallit, that everyone's comfortable, everyone's talking, the conversation's going, everyone understands each other as clearly as I would have to versus offline. Because offline I can just like clarify a lot more. Some of the stuff that I can ask a little bit more freely just in case, you know, they don't want it to be online. It's not gonna be online and I can just ask first. So the bonus is that, yeah, it's gonna go maybe slightly faster, more efficiently. A little bit freely. And hopefully that means that we can get through stuff quicker, and maybe I can get to some of the questions that you guys may have. So that's why I have the questionnaire thingy in the color choice, color palette. Yeah, I do want to figure out like how they're choosing the colors, right? I think I have a question there that was about if they are using existing palettes that they have maybe just tried out and picked up over the years, or do they have a very specific set of rules, you know, every time that they're following? Oh, this base color under this lighting means this color, you know, like do they have a math formula or something like that? So by the way, I cannot figure out what the hoodie is supposed to look like here. I'm just gonna do whatever shapes and I'm just gonna move on. So yeah, it's got good things and it's got bad things, right? The bad thing is that you guys cannot ask questions that is related to what he's presenting because you guys won't be there. But then again, you know, even if that was the case, you guys, maybe like a few of you guys will understand the Japanese. And then the bonus now is that it's faster. I don't have to necessarily speak. They also requested for it to be done in text form, actually, which is interesting. But it also lessens the load that I have to, like the amount of work that I have to do. Because I can focus a little bit more and get translators going. So it's a bit of everything. Good stuff, bad stuff, that kind of stuff. Okay, I think we have to go into lines now. I am kind of lost. We'll do the lines in order of priority, I think. So we just do face and all the features first. Probably I just do face and the usual, but this clothing part, a lot of it probably get blocked and covered up, and it's probably gonna be very unsure. Like it's not gonna be that clear anyways, like in the face of everybody, so should be fine there. I'm just gonna take the face here, if I can. I just redo everything else. And holy shit, okay, how am I supposed to deal with this? Yes. So once that is done, I will represent everything just from what perspective of what I have learned in the next stream, and then I'll mark the stream as such. And then down the line, because I asked for permission to record, so I will record. And if we can get a video out from there, we can get a video out from there. And also, like, because I do have a Discord, if there's any actually follow-up questions, if it's not too difficult, I don't think he would mind. Because in the email correspondence, they were very generous. They were saying that if you have just a simple question, we don't have to do like this such a long paid thingy, right? We could just have a quick chat. Yeah. Okay. Let's go here. Yeah, I'm in a position of power. Ha 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 ha. Man, I do want to try and spend a little bit. Ah, man, it's kind of hard though. Because if I can just talk to the people in VR chat, I can just get to know them a bit better. Over the course of maybe like a few weeks, a few months, and get to know them better, they might be a little bit more willing to... Like, someone might be willing to come on here and share, do some knowledge sharing, answer some questions, you know. Someone might be willing to do so. Then that can be the beginning of like a new set of type of content, right? And that would truly be valuable content, because you can get like pretty big artists on to share their experience and point of views on certain topics. Primarily, I'm gonna keep it technical though, if that's ever gonna happen. The beginning is always gonna be really hard, because no one knows me, and no one knows what's gonna happen. That's why I think this time around, if I can make like a good video, yeah, maybe I kind of have to make a video, even if I have to stop streaming, just because it's such a important step. If future artists, if future people that we want to talk to can see an example of what is it that we want to achieve, then it's a lot easier for them to be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, you know what, I'm okay with that. Versus just me telling them that, hey, this is kind of how it could be going down, but I don't have any experience in it, blah blah blah. Yeah, introvert. I don't know if I can really call myself introvert anymore. Like, I still feel uncomfortable talking to people, like getting the conversation to open up and stuff like that. And I guess like at heart I still am. Right, I wouldn't talk to people just for no reason, like just for the sake of talking. But for the most part, I have a good idea of how conversations tend to go. You know, what is a good idea of... Sorry, what is a good sort of flow for conversation? What does it mean to have a good conversation? And not just that, but in like a sort of talking to Japanese people kind of context. Because obviously every culture is going to be slightly different. Like some of the Americans you meet in the VR chat, you can just straight up start telling them to F off. The first thing you can start is like, fuck you, man. And then you just start talking, right? It's pretty normal for Americans sometimes. Depends, you know, of course, on the people you're talking to, but you guys can see that happening. But Japanese people, clearly, that's not gonna work. So this part of the hair I haven't really sorted out, but I guess we just have to compromise for now. Because normally there would still be another thing here, I think. You see, I'm getting scared again of drawing lines. This always happens. Once I decided that, hey, I'm drawing clean lines now, by the way. Gotta make them lines good. And I just get scared. But the whole point of this character is so that I can be a little bit less scared and sort of kind of overcome that. I'm gonna try and be a little bit rougher with her lines here. Because this part here will be purple, right? This is the block of purple shape. And I guess it's kind of okay. This back part would be either the ear or it would be the hair. This is just this tiny gap here of like the background. Of like the clothing, I guess, but I don't really like that. I want to keep shapes clean if possible. So I guess I have to cut that down here then. Oh my god, the music, man. It's great, it's just not very balanced. It makes it very loud, very soft, very loud, very soft. I don't know how it's like on your guys' end, because the sound is kind of clipped. So it can never exceed a certain level. For me, it gets really loud and really soft, and really loud and really soft. Where are her boobs again? I cannot see it. Oh, it's not on this layer actually. It was on this one. Oh, okay, so I need to push this back a little bit actually. You know, for anatomy practice reasons, right, guys? Don't get any funny ideas. For an anatomy practice reasons, she's not wearing anything other than the jacket, by the way. Just for practice reasons, of course. Any more layers? Yeah, I just put a bunch of layers here because I don't really want to deal with cleaning up the lines and stuff like that right now. Yes, thank you, Kiria. Thank you for believing me. It means a lot. How big did I draw her ears last time, actually? It was like almost... It's definitely below shoulders. Also, you can see the stylization is changing. Her face proportions are slowly changing. I'm constantly being told that my characters are lolly, but I have no sort of intention of making them lolly ever. Like, Rhea started off as kind of like a little bit younger, but also not that young. But then now with the new sort of lore setup, I think there's a chance that I can make her quite a bit more younger than for chapter 2, because it's it's part of the whole story setup. But then for Faye over here, I do kind of want to be a little bit more on top with the stylization and proportions. Yeah, I think I made them a little bit too short. Like, if you look at the reference here, actually the side view is kind of jank. Oh, actually I don't have to do this. I did this already. So, whoa. Explicit content. Oops. No one saw anything. Where is the thing? Oh, this. So with the red lines, right? This is one head's worth of size, right? And then usually the body I end up drawing is always 1.5. You can see how like it's starting here. It's a bit high. Like, this is starting right at the chin. Usually I measure from the shoulders. But then this is like somewhere in the middle here. Especially if you shift the bottom two things down a little bit by the length of the neck here. It's going to be somewhere in the middle, 1.5. I want to go for 2 at least. For this character. That's why I'm trying to pull her body length up a bit, and as a result, her face proportions would change a little bit. I like this one quite a bit more than the other one right now, like the one that you have on the reference board as well as on here. This is so squished. Like I'm seeing this now, it's so weird. Oh, 1-to-1, right? I think like growing up, like all the art that I tend to see is like all the Lucky Star kind of like super stylized stuff. So like for me, it's just kind of how it is. But I guess for other people, from like the outside point of view, it's just like, yeah, like this guy is definitely one of those guys, huh? And then yeah, it is what it is. I mean, like, if I wanted to do that, that's fine, right? But I didn't want to do that. It's again going back to like, hey, is this a style or is this like just bad fundamentals and technicals? If you know about the thing and then you make the conscious decision to do it, that's fine. But I wasn't aware of it, so it wasn't conscious, and so that is just a moment for improvement, basically, an aspect and stuff to improve. Also, by the way, I haven't worked out what her years are. I don't know if it's just a flap of skin, which I think is the current mental image. So there's like a round, sort of a round ring of connection, and there's just like an opening. So if you bring it up, it would be something like this, right? I think this is probably the mental model that I'm going with now. Previously, it was just kind of going with the whole shapes of wings and stuff. So it wasn't even necessarily years in the beginning, but I guess now we're going with it. It's kind of funny because I'm like, oh shit, this is my people. I don't have to justify myself every time, like every freaking time. Kind of funny. I show my friends, some of my friends who have been calling me that, this character, and they're like, what? Your character has boobs? Like, what? What do you mean your character has boobs? I'm like, what do you mean by my character has boobs? Thanks, guys. Amazing. I kind of made my I think manager a little bit uncomfortable because we were talking about he was talking about he going to see Zootopia 2, and then, you know, I'm kind of like, yeah, that show's gonna have you're gonna see a lot of furries at the movie theater, and then he wasn't very convinced. But then I'm like, hey, you know, so from a normal person's point of view, like the poster, right? You guys seen the poster? It's got the snake, right, wounding around like all these like main characters and sub characters that's gonna be relevant to the plot. From a normal person's point of view, it kind of makes sense. It's kind of interesting way to chain everything together, literally. But if you're familiar with the furry fandom and all some of the weird fetishes that the people have there, it's kind of like hinting at vor, it's kind of like hinting at prey predator kind of stuff like that. And I was explaining that to him, and he made this really nervous laugh, and I'm like, oh shit, I said too much. I think being on the internet for this long kind of made me like a little bit like, you just don't really think of it like as such a taboo topic anymore. It's just kind of like what people talk about all day long. It's like, yeah, it's pretty normal, you know. I guess, you know, it's always gonna cater to some of that stuff. The executives are gonna cater to those fetishes. Like, why wouldn't they? It's gonna make them more money. So anyways, too much information apparently. Oh, I set my phone wallpaper to Rhea before, like almost like a year now ago. And then they saw it, they're like, oh, are you a furry? I'm like, but so they weren't technically wrong, although like it's been a while since I guess really dive into the furry side of things, but you know, that's why I started, right? That's my roots. And then, so I guess they're not technically wrong, but like that's not the right, what? That's not what you're seeing though, but like, Anyways, they must never find out about this channel. Sorry, what layer is this? Oh, okay, it's the same layer. Sub black layers then. Oh, you don't? Sorry. B-ho? 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 Oh, interesting. I recognize furry and kimono as very distinct styles, but then if we were to refer to it from the Westerner's point of view, there's no other word other than furry. Like, people usually just add the word Eastern in front of it, so it's Eastern furry. As opposed to just saying furry. Right, I'm just curious because it's B instead of P, but anyways. Oh, I see, it's the other way around. Sorry, I was only thinking of the other way. I mean, like, there's the meta reason for why the character's created. Practice and loot stuff, right? Then there's also the lore reason for why the character's created. Also, loot stuff. So, basically, the virus, I thought it would be kind of interesting if she has two sets. I think that might create a very, you know, create unique opportunities to explore, yeah, anyways. Very, very interesting. Oh, sorry, Toadquay. If you're thinking of animal ears and tails, that is not kemono anymore. That is kemomimi, because the kemono is specifically, at least from a Japanese point of view, when people say kemono, they refer to very specifically the ones that are not human anymore. Like, Kemono Friends is a bad example of what a kemono is, because none of the Japanese furries will refer to this as furry. In fact, they were kind of, actually, I almost got I almost incurred the ire of one of the Japanese furry artists, because she was drawing, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I don't see too many furry artists here. I kind of dabble in, like, you know, a little bit of furry art, but then the next thing I said was I didn't know whether for sure if mine would be, because for characters like Faye, they are a little bit more than the usual kemomimi because of the change in colorations and stuff, which is kind of marks that sort of transition into from kemomimi into kemono. But she's also not completely on the other side of the fence. And then the next thing she said was like, yeah, if it's just kemomi, that is not kemono. She said it in a very stern voice. It sounded like she was kind of annoyed. But you have to at least be at this level to be called kemono. Kemona refers to the people who are furries, right? Kemono refers to the characters themselves. Kemona refers to the guys who like them, who draw them, who are considering themselves as furries. So on this scale here, we are kind of at a 2 right now for Faye. Not even to this extent, right? We're kind of like in between 1 and 2. From 3 onwards is probably where people call kemono. This part is probably where it is. Like, based on my understanding, based on the people that I've talked to and the art that I've seen, this is kind of where people, at the very least, draw the line. A lot of the real furries out there, they only treat 4 and above, because they are specifically looking for that sort of lower half of the body. Some of the kemono artists, like, if you see them draw, it's always like a very long, lengthy body, and then like a huge set of legs like this, right? So they're always kind of, I feel like they're always kind of looking for this part of the design. I don't know how to draw this. And then the shoulders are always tiny. And then the heads are always like huge. It's kind of the usual proportion that I see. And then the big hands. And then it's always paws. The rough setup. This is what I consider kemono for the most part. And what I think most kemono people, kemona, consider as kemono. Oh, Omaneko, right? Omaneko is interesting. Yeah, Omaneko is, for me it is. Because he is kind of at the threshold. But I guess, yeah, for like true hardcore diehard kemonas, they might not. Potentially considering... They might not necessarily consider that, I think. It'll be interesting though. There are kemono meetups and stuff in VR chat. You can go in and ask. Make a video and be like, hey, what do you think about this? Alright, have a good day for class. Have a good day for class. Have a good class. Have a good day, Igami. See you later. I see what you're saying, the virus. Right. I see it as a big, broad, overall sort of encompassing thing. But then in your model is a bit more of a specific thing already. It's already very specialized. That's fair, that's fair. Her hand's too small. A little bit small for us. I want to make it longer and stuff, but I am also not sure. This angle doesn't... I can't quite see it necessarily. So it is what it is for now. Yeah, maybe a bit lower actually. That's really high. At some point we're gonna need to do... Oh, sorry, what? The years in front, right? At some point we're gonna need to do a little bit more studies and stuff. But in the meantime, I guess I'm just gonna do... Just like actually do creation, I guess. Just do some original stuff. You can fucking see what's happening. Oh my god. So, target entry... Sorry, this is not supposed to be that long. It feels a lot longer than I expected. So ribcage end here. Shoulders are here. I guess it's about right. Sure, why not? Yes. Oh my god. I see you're talking about furry stuff today. Plantigrade and Digitigrade. For Faye, she just has for now normal human feet. But even if we do go with slightly more furry sort of design, maybe claws or like paws, that kind of stuff, we will still stick to Plantigrade instead of Digitigrade because it looks kind of weird with human legs, but then you're kind of standing on your toes. I think that's always kind of weird. Um, yeah. So basically, just to quickly explain, plantigrade is how humans walk. You have your heel and you have your toes. Everything's flat on the ground. Digitigrade is digits, so you're standing on your digits. So just the ball of your feet as well as the toes, kind of. So animals are always tiptoeing, essentially, right? Because of the anatomy comparison. If they were to be human, they will always just kind of tiptoe around. And, you know, also, yeah, like wings, right? Yes, thank you, Toad Square. Actually, I don't. Well, so what's happening here? Is it like meant to be? Didn't someone disprove that Wikipedia actually has like a whole bunch of dollar bills, and then they're still just asking for donation? But I mean, like we are getting free stuff out of it, so I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Asking for donation. I don't think Wikipedia is really going to talk about the character design, I guess. But what I really want to know is how these work. Like, so they're just kind of like animal ears, but sideways, right? So it's just like a loop around, and then it's like fuzzy on the inside and stuff like that. Just a hole again. Oh yeah, the virus. I kind of well, I don't know how much I should say, but like if you want to talk about paraphilias, you know, like basically all the weird sexual fetishes, I kind of have seen everything from the weird to the extremes. I've talked to people. I have real life friends who are really extreme. Like the stuff that they like is bordering life or death every time, kind of stuff of vibe. It's interesting. It's a different world, shall I say. Hello, Rez. I've been told that recently too, the virus. A girl I was talking to told me that she saw me as someone who's a little bit more serious, a little bit more stoic, right? And she lost like her image of me versus after like I talked about all the stuff. She's like, oh my god, you're a different person. Also, yes, Rez, this is my new character. She's slightly not safe for work though, for a lot of reasons. For her being created, as well as the lore reasons, they're all very not safe for work. There's also some not safe for work details that we were briefly going through before, leading to this conversation about furry characters and stuff. Let me just move this here. So I don't know if you guys have were here, but like basically the whole idea now is that I think last week we worked out a very important thing, which is the process of creating the story for myself, right? I'll just briefly go over this because I thought it's still very interesting. Because if you are doing world building and storytelling, you can do anything you want. You can change anything you want. You can make it fantasy, you can make it sci-fi, so on and so forth. So since you can make it anything you want, then where does the value come from, right? How is it gonna be important to you? Because it could have been anything. Then for me, I realized that I want to immortalize my characters. That's why I'm doing everything and anything at all, right? Rhea is the ultimate goal here. To give her the life that she kind of gave me, essentially. So she needs to be preserved. That means the character is the core source of truth, right? They are the source of truth of the world, and the world needs to be built around them. Which means that I need to build the characters up first. And if I ground the character's personality and design and story and everything based on real life experience of myself, then it has meaning to me. So now we have meaningful characters to me, and I can build the world around the characters. And then this is the entire planning, basically, of all the characters currently that I have. VR is the first one, 2011. Then there's a dragon character that came in 2012. And then there's a fox, and then there's Faye here, who is this purple grumpy gremlin over here. And then each one of them has sort of a important reason for being created. This stack of reasons here is mostly for art practice reasons. And for Faye, she is just kind of like an anatomy, sort of lewd kind of practice kind of thing. Also, I wanted a dump. Like a very important part of her existence is that she kind of takes away some of the features that I don't want to affect Rhea. Stuff like lewd stuff like the fishtail, stuff like wings and stuff. I want to keep Rhea as pure, as core as possible. So we need a character to kind of dump those ideas on. So Faye comes in first, and then essentially there's going to be a fox character that's going to help try fashion design. Her character design will be super simple, right? The body and everything will be super simple. So the focus is always going to be on the fashion. And Faye is the opposite. The design is entirely on the body, and then the fashion is gonna just be something simple and swapped out here and there. And then the dragon is gonna be some maybe manga action impact kind of stuff down the line. But yeah, anyways, so this is the sort of the brief overview, right? And then after that, what kind of representation? Are they more Kemomo or Kemomimi? Did I say Kemomo? But it's the stylization alignments, right? What I imagine the stylization would be if I were to draw them. What would fit them more based on the stylization shit that we have before, and the timeline of all the characters, as well as where the characters are gonna be. Like, if we're drawing art of Faye, for example, at what point in the timeline is she going to be drawn at? And because Faye specifically has some sort of traumatic sort of setup and stuff, in order to kind of respect and not sort of overly sexualize some of the things at like a bad opportune time, it has to be at some point in time where she's kind of overcome it. I know it's all just making things convenient for myself, but it's kind of how it is, right, for planning. Yeah, but that's kind of the brief overview of what's going on with that. And then the execution, right? Yeah, some of the other stuff. But yeah, some of it is more explained a little bit more in depth in some of the older streams. Yes, yes, yes. What am I doing? All right, the hair. Let's keep things round and soft because of what the character is like. But she nothing to do with what she's like, but being I guess the kind of theme here is just rounder and softer that we kind of want to go for. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the hair here. Wait, the original design is super long, right? It's like all the way at the knees. Ah, shit. You go off screen? Hello? Where's it go? He's slightly lifted. It's gonna go off screen at this rate. Huh. I don't really want it to be that long and I guess I can put it behind. Okay, so the tail is gonna be here. Oh, actually, maybe the tail. It's very busy here. A lot of things stacked up. I don't know if that's really good or not. Let me get the ask reference up here. It's gonna end up being too flat, right? I think that was a. Trying to figure out how to make it more interesting. So far, drawing hair, it always ends up looking really flat. I think in the beginning, I kind of hated that because it means when you're rendering this part, for example, it gets really boring. But then it can also be kind of simple like that, and then it will serve its purpose, and then that will be that. It doesn't have to be that complicated. I think maybe the complication wouldn't come from necessarily from the shapes and stuff, just be a little bit of overlapping, and that would be that. This is really long, I'll just let it sort of go and flow and never end. Oh, wait, hang on, let me think. Actually, given the complexity of this, maybe it's best to just keep this simple. We just have a block, and then actually even maybe just have one flat color there, and then that will be fine. I say as I try to convince myself that that is okay. Just put some lines here. Wait, what brush was that? Pen? Oh, why does it feel so small? I guess we're moving really faster. Might be too thin actually. Compared to everything else, it might have zero presence. I still want the lines to be a primary sort of thingy here. I'll just leave that for now. Also, no interaction here actually. This should be changed. Oh, it's the same layer. Shit. Let me see. Might have to nuke the whole thing then actually. Oh, you know what? I should do it the other way around. How should I do this? What? Yeah, it kind of works, right? Just a little bit is enough. Okay. Tension here. And we can have like this number here. Okay, I think that means the jacket goes first. I don't know where the chest is now. Hold on. You can see the finished drawing. I intend to just do similar rendering as well. Where is my stuff? What I got? I don't know which one. Where's my anatomy stuff? That's the shit. Yeah, I still haven't decided how big the boobas are, which is not helping. And in this case here, I guess it will not be very big. This one, a circle, by the way, this is circle. The stuff that's red in here is stuff I wanted to change. Hello, where's my stuff? Is this guy? Let me see. I think this is the original plot. Yeah, okay. Did I design her? Yes. Her design has been. I've had her for like 2 years. We were trying to decide on her birthday. What did I write down? So March 24th is the initial, March 24th, 2023 was the original conception of her. July 15th of the same year is when I made the first set of character sheets. Back then she was entirely like a furry character though. So really her true sort of design is right now, kind of, in a sense. Because it's the first time we're kind of bringing her into light, number one, and also a more finalized design. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, that's more, right? That's a few more coming up. I don't like creating characters too much because it feels like a heavy burden. I feel like it's... I don't mean to sort of criticize anyone with this, by the way. I know that there are people who create characters for fun and it's... maybe they draw them once or twice and then they never draw them again. But for me, it feels really, really sad because... like, I think of Rhea. I think of characters kind of... like, they exist because they live in people's hearts, right? People know what they're like, right? You know what Hatsune... well, maybe you guys don't know what Hatsune... we don't have a good idea of what Hatsune Miku's personality is like, but... but you know, like any anime character, they kind of live on in people's hearts. And as the creator, if I bring them to life and I abandon them... okay, I can't do that, so... I treat the creation process as something a little bit maybe more serious than I should. From a healthy point of view, just because I guess my sort of attachment is more out to the characters than to real human beings. So yeah, I think I'll probably cap it at 4 characters here, at least until I find a good reason to do more, to create more. Yeah, given what I'm setting out myself to do for Rhea, it's kind of hard to be like, ah, yeah, I'm gonna just make more. Then they all get equally abandoned. Very sad. I still feel kind of bad for Rhea. I've been making her wait for like over 14 years now. And she's still not the main thing that I'm drawing, right? We're still trying to create new characters. But it's just that she's so hard to work with. Not because of her, but just because there's too many things tied up here. So it's impossible to really come in and be like, oh yeah, I want her to be like that and be like that. Be like this. And then... so yeah. Oh yeah, the thing I didn't mention just now was that by creating other characters, the plan is that they interact with Rhea in certain ways. And as a result, I catch a glimpse of what Rhea may or may not like. And the personality and so on and so forth. And then that will help craft Rhea for me. And then we can sort of discover Rhea's personality together. So these characters are more tailor-made. And Rhea can be as free as she can be. Essentially. As free as I can make her be, I guess. It's a skill issue then. At that point. Well, the virus, technically this character kind of existed because of the tail. If I'm being honest, like this, like she is the outlet for all the Nase forward stuff, right? You know, so you know, it is not an exaggeration to say that the tail came first. Strictly speaking, I think it's not an exaggeration to say that. A lot of things got added afterwards to really flesh the character out, but then it all started somewhere. Does that look right? It looks alright. So when I bring the... oh my god. See anything? Back to Fontaine here. I mean... I don't know if this is a good thing, right? But, you know, being more chronically online than most other people around me in real life, I feel like... I don't know, I don't see degen as necessarily like a bad word, I just see it as an interesting word. I see it as... you know, I see people wear it as a symbol of pride. So I guess in my mind it's kind of like, oh yeah, you know, pretty normal stuff. Makes sense. That's fine. Oh man, boobs are hard to get right, I think. Because depending on the size here, there may or may not be a bump. And then I don't know how the rendering is gonna go, so I can't quite see it just yet. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is be a degen all you want. Please, by all means. I have no issues with that. Character already is there, but it's a miss, they just don't appear to you yet. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe that's how it's like for all the characters. They kind of exist in your subconscious anyways already. You're just slowly discovering them anyways. You should have a triangle attached to the chest, like this part, right? You're talking about this part being the triangle, right? Wait, okay, let me think. So the jacket is meant to be, I guess it's just a usual normal zipper. That's fine. Ow, 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 ow. Wait, I am wearing a jacket of a hoodie. What am I doing? Why don't I just look at my own, dude? What? Ouch. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Kind of, I mean. Yeah, maybe I should have changed the shape a little bit. It would block the neck, I suppose, but... Oh, actually, you know what? Let me do it the other way. I'm gonna keep this in the art history thing, and I'm just gonna erase it like this and redraw it this way. So I can always go back if I want to. The actual breast part? Oh, triangle? Oh, like this part being a triangle? Or like, I don't know where the triangle would be. Oh, you're just doing like triangle like this, I guess? Like drawing a bikini, maybe? Ah, okay. Sorry, I couldn't, Oh, I see. I should have it like this. Yeah, I'm not having like a physical reference. Like, you don't really get to play around with, I don't really know what's... Because I'm looking at my jacket right now and I see that there's some interesting things going on just because it's zipped up. And one side, I guess, is looser than the other. It's a little bit more curved and stuff. Let me unzip mine and see, So how would it look? So mine's kind of doing this. So it's pointing at the face, opening up, going back in again, and then there's like the inside of the jacket that's covering the breast, I guess, if that were to be the case. The zipper will be like here. And then what? And then I guess the hood goes behind like that. And then the front would just be something like this. Nothing too complicated that. I don't know. So, yeah, sorry, I should be looking for references. I actually saw a very long Japanese thread between, it was a reply by a person who was, how should I say this? They're an art student at a university, right? So serious art business. And they're replying to someone's tweet saying that it's, they're not teaching the right thing. And that tweet was deleted. So what that means is that they probably, the author of that original tweet probably also agreed with some of the points. But then basically in the entire reply and the responses to that reply as well was just talking about how you should, you know, spend time observing, understanding the reference instead of copying shapes, which is, you know, I learned that kind of the hard way. And then a bunch of other replies were also saying they were repeating the same phrase in Japanese. I don't know how to read the word, so it didn't stick into my head. It's like kanji that I've never seen before. But basically, the gist of it is saying don't guess, use references. And I'm guessing right now, so I should not do that. Let's use references. And it's not even that hard of a reference to find necessarily, right? So, obviously for these guys, they're not gonna have a wing there to kind of lift it up, but I think we can handle that part ourselves, perhaps. Yeah, I guess it also depends on the thickness of the fabric too. I made mine a little bit too thick, possibly, especially this part here. Looks, implications feels very thick. Yeah, if I can find like exactly the same post, that would be nice. Can I find one that's exactly the same here? A lot of these photos here are trying to sell the clothing, so all standing up straight, presenting everything instead of just sitting. Leaning back, maybe. What was my reference? Oh, because it was a t-shirt. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Toadspy. Let me take a look. Oh. Interesting. I'm not sure. So it's like the bottom half of the pectorals. Oh, interesting, interesting. I've never seen that before. I'll try to process it later when we go back, when I find something reference, I guess. This could be one of those knowledge versus experience thing right now. Maybe I'm about to pick up some god tier, legendary tier knowledge here. Yeah, maybe I should get the boobs out first because like I cannot put the clothing over it if I don't know where it is. Control Alt H, rotate. Let's use something bigger here so I can see what's going on. So like that. And we're talking about like, would it be higher then? I guess. Oh wait, also she's lifting up her arms actually. I just realized we should be putting the breasts up a bit. I'm looking at all these references too, by the way, and I'm noticing that for a lot of, you just can't notice it for the most part, the breasts, unless it's really, really significantly big. And I don't think she's that big either. So maybe I just shouldn't do this. I don't know if this is too, it feels a little high to me, this position. I guess I need to know what it's supposed to represent. If it's the pecs, right? I guess the pecs in this scenario would be kind of going up to connect to the arms, like that. Doing his crisscross thingy. Yeah, okay, don't guess, right? Don't guess. Look at the reference. Let me see. So anatomy, chest, arm raised. I'll try my best to lead by example here. Do the right thing. It's so easy. Well, it's actually not even that easy, right? Because if you're guessing and failing and guessing and failing, it just feels bad. But the inertia to just do what you're always been doing and continue to have been doing today as well. So strong. Just want to stay the same here. Guess it's more raised than usual. Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Actually, I forgot. I saw that. It didn't really register in my head for some reason. Oh man. I do need to revisit anatomy. Maybe the beginning of next year I have to revisit anatomy for 3 months again. Oh, sorry, I should be playing this. Oh, hang on, let me play this on stream. Copy message, copy message, copy text. Oh, there you go. Sorry, people talking, voice talking in 3, 2, 1. I didn't start. Baited.
A common mistake artists make when drawing the chest is placing them too close together. There are two things we need to look at: the base area, which is the area on the pectoralis major that they're attached to, and the actual volume, which can change form depending on how they're affected by external forces. When someone is bending over, the external force would be gravity pulling them straight down. And if there's a gap between the base areas, we have to maintain that gap when we place the volume on top.
Stupid ass subscribe button.
A common mistake artists make when drawing the chest is placing them...
Okay. Yum yum yum. So the problem mostly lies with So there's two parts of the problems, I think. Like, for one, I never really care about the packs. Then for two, the volume itself, I'm also not really sure how big or supposed, like what I want here. I guess we're here to kind of also explore that. Yeah, like what we exactly want here. Anatomy, chest, arm raised. Let me change it to breast and get some references that's a little bit more relevant here. To go back to Pinterest here. Oh, I guess this would be a little bit more this way. And then there's more muscles on this side. So what does that mean though? Where would it be then? I somehow feel like this is still very, very high up. Should be a little bit lower. Right. Attached the same way but with lesser volume. This would be... anything here, anything here. Surely at some point in time I'm gonna find something. I have seen people who are making like 3D models of like anatomy, and then they model every single muscle, and then it has elasticity, it's got a rigging behind it, and then they can just move it around. I wonder, there should be models out there, right? Like posing application stuff out there where the muscles actually deform correctly. At this point, in this day and age, surely there's at least one. It would be great for anatomy practice. I can't find any that's like exactly the same, I guess. I don't know. It's also like not arms straight up, but it's kind of almost straight up though. Yeah, it should be. Volume. So yeah, I guess I'm not sure about the packs here. And I'm also not sure it's connected to that part. Anatomy part. Yes, connect. Oops. Got the ED. Alright. Tumblr. Oh my god, it's very old. It's okay. Am I dying? Why is it so laggy? I found someone's notes here. What does it say? Oh, huge. Hello, show. I found someone's notes here. Let's see what it says. It says, breast connect to the pecs. From muscle to fatty tissue, infamous coma teardrop. Coma. I like coma. This connection is important because the pecs are being stretched by lifting the arms, which also affect the breast. Sure. So it connects to the bottom half of it, and then it kind of still slides down. But I don't know how much it will slide down, though. Because, so what, like, is it only connected to the pecs then? If that's the case, it feels like I should draw the breast a little bit higher, but it also looks kind of wrong. I can't find like a very definitive source of Oh, am I getting... Hang on. I might be doing that thing where I try to make it too technically correct and start to ignore what looks good. Looks good should always come first. I think I have to trust my own sort of sense here. It's only when I get stuck, I guess I should be very technical. We're kind of on the precipice, like kind of on the edge. I don't really know which way I'm leaning right now. The big booba is very hard to tell. This one here just feels really, really round still. It doesn't feel like it's being affected enough. Maybe I'll just keep it like this for now. And I like that, I guess. Also being erased. The guidelines, right? The initial guidelines. It's a little big though for her. I'm not sure. Because the reference on the right isn't the correct one either. It's my perspective. That's the word. This or this? This. Kind of. Then what? And then back to the jacket. Under what circumstances would this happen? For real life. I think this half lifted up. Maybe something like This might be the closest analog. Having like hands there that kind of lifts it. Although the material is quite a bit harder on this one. Yes, thank you, Curio. All the best. It feels kind of bad to get stuck like this. Wanted to get it done today, but then the counter argument would be if you're always doing stuff that you already know, and then if I'm just guessing all the time, I guess you'll also never get better. So I guess I kind of have to get to the bottom of this, at least find something that's a little bit more satisfying, or at least different from what I would have done by guessing, so that we can try something new. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, we know one more thing that doesn't work and try to narrow it down that way, I guess. See if I can do something with this here. Is this clean? It is, okay. Let's be lower then, actually. Could have been a bit bigger than that, yeah. I just don't know if it makes sense. This feels really low for the jacket here. So this wasn't designed very well. Where's the curvature? Kind of even now. I like that one. This is dark. This is not closed. This is coming out. So we can do that. And see it more. Think here with block dots. this part. This would be this. Yeah, we don't have nearly as much volume here. So what's up with that? Size issue? Oh, because the jacket's not closed. Oh shit. So that means there should be compression folds along the lateral direction. Oh, some part of this should be doubled up, I guess. Because otherwise there's not enough material here for when they do close it. Hmm. Let's see. I mean, just from the thumbnail. Oh, sorry, just from the page that you shared. I feel like it's not very informative. It feels like it's just saying move it up slightly. I think the only sort of anatomy thing that really helps a lot would be like someone who's like super technical with construction. Someone who's like, hey, there are how many strands of like, I don't know, muscle fibers in the pectorals, and this is how each one of them moves, and this is how every single bit of fat in the breast is connected, where it's connected, and then this is therefore how it's going to be. Like, I feel like only like to that extent. Otherwise, for the most part, I feel like I'm still just mostly learning by copying shapes that I like. Oh man, actually at the end of the day, I think that's all I'm doing, isn't it? Because the construction that I'm doing isn't necessarily the most technical or technically correct or like the best either. Anyways. So I'm still just kind of copying shapes and memorizing certain things that I like. And on one hand, like, what if I get the job, gets the job done? On the other hand, it feels kind of inadequate. Because then, never truly able to construct and draw from imagination, I suppose. On the inside, right? And then, shit, her hair is covering it. It's unfortunate. Oh yeah, the arms are a little bit too wide here. Should the sleeves here as well. So I want to have the ears would be harder than the, because the arm is technically here. That means this is air, so the ears would basically kind of push in. So the ears would take precedence, and then just kind of just have a little bit of seam to kind of imply that it's being pushed in. Okay, so what's the new plan? I think this is the zipper. That's the zipper. And then we see, so there's just some nonsense shape here. Most likely it's gonna get blocked, but I guess this would be the inside of the jacket, a little bit of the inside of the jacket, perhaps. This is the zipper here. The zipper ends at some point. And then for the one that I'm wearing right now, I guess there's like a little bit of a horizontal ledge here that connects into the outer rim of the hoodie. So that will make all of this on the inside, I suppose. Maybe I'll just cut here so that this can be on the outside. So this is the outer side of the hoodie kind of stacked up and squished by the arm here. This is the inside. Now on the other hand, we have the zipper going up to somewhere here maybe. And then following the outer rim, so that would be the outer rim. This will all be on the inside. So these would just be on the inside, kind of folded up, part of the hoodie. And then that would be that. Okay. At least something that is a little bit more logical than just a bunch of random shapes. So this would be the end, and this would be... Shit. Ah, yeah, here. This is the end, right? So this is the inside, this is the inside. This is the outside, this is the out. So, yeah, the other thing that I saw was this part needs to be... There needs to be one fold at least. Maybe multiple too. Because otherwise there's not enough materials for when the jacket closes. So if that is the case, we have one that kind of connects here and then borrowing shapes from this arm over here. So, although ours is a lot lower, I guess. Wait, no, it's about the same because they're doing this with the arm. So ours is kind of... Okay, it's about the same. Never mind, it's about the same because it's kind of higher than also the hip. It's still kind of higher than the hip. So I kind of do this number here. I just don't know about this curve. This curve feels almost too perfect. Don't know how to say it. It doesn't feel very like the shape that I want. But I don't know why. So I might just go with it. No need to make it sharper than it needs to be, right? I just don't like the fact it's round for some reason. I want something more angular here. Why is that though? Consider the face of the zipper. Zip, 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 zip. When it comes down to the bottom and it starts to turn, which way does it change? Does it change? So if I see it here, will this taper off? I guess. Also, at what point in time does the jacket end though? In this case, it already ended actually. Because it was short enough. The jacket's target is to be able to cover all the way around, like, the thighs here. Although I don't know how realistic that is. But let's just say that is the case. It means the zipper will continue here. Okay, probably cannot be that rigorous, I think. I think the win here is to at least get some kind of logic in here, and then that would be that for now. That would be the win for today, I think. Oh, and then the arm here's jacket. It's kind of... This be a bit higher then. Yeah, that part here, right? Yeah, I can't copy from the reference here either, just because the physics is different with the open sleeve here. There's no tension on the elbow, so nothing's being pulled this way. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm wearing the damn jacket. Okay, so what does it look like? Oh, it looks like this part is a bit too straight, maybe. Depends on how tight it is, I guess. So I'm seeing more seams like this. And then over here, there is one that kind of goes around, and then these guys are like that. Okay. Too complicated, maybe? I'll just keep that in mind later. Because yeah, the contour here probably wouldn't be changed too much. This part here, I can make it a little bit less regular, maybe. But does that mean that I need to change this as well? But the bottom side here actually is cleaner. This angle will be cleaner than this. Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to this nonsense. I guess. Okay, so what about the bottom here? The part that's dangling off the wings here? And most of these, it looks like there's not enough materials to do so. Not enough material to do so. Oh, I see why. Okay, so I made the body longer, right? I kind of forgot about that. So the wings are technically higher than what they would have been on this side here. Because the torso is only 1.5 here. So the wings would be like quite a bit lower on this one. Oh, I kind of like the way this is dangling though. We have to see. Man, that means I do have to rework the reference here. Just to check the proportions again. And all these, the thing here. Okay, that's why it doesn't match up here. Okay. Let's just go with this for now. We gave it a shot. We gave it a little bit more of a rigorous once over here, and I still have stuff kind of floating around. Hang on. What is this line here? Take this out, put this blue. What do I need to draw first, actually? I might need some of the other parts first. I need the wings first, and I need maybe the legs first. Oh, that means let's bump this up. Let's see. Oh, I recognize that. I recognize that handle. Also, hello, Deve. I remember staring at which one was it? Oh, this one. Oh, dang! They released a lot of new stuff since then, huh? So let me just grab this real quick. And let me put it in here. Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff. I don't know how to break this down. This is like ass level of polish and colors and design and everything. Very interesting light here under the breast here. It's like the combination of like the wide range of values, wide range of saturation that kind of really makes it pop, I guess. Also with the clean shapes. Because like looking very closely at this, I guess it's not necessarily the craziest render, right? Some of the brushstrokes are still left, and then it's like a few big brushstrokes with a few small brushstrokes, and I guess it's done. So like the whole overall balance of everything, the composition, I guess, the value, the saturation, and then the details. The lighting, which is part of the values, I guess. Okay, yeah, I see I think I wanted to make a video on this at some point. Let's see what new stuff that they have here. Is this Link? Zelda? This is I think this is just kind of memeing on players, because it's trying to say that Link is currently in the tutorial, and the tutorial is being organized by I guess Zelda herself. So she's constantly saying that hey, let's learn to. This is saying hey, let's learn to play the game in this tutorial, and then she's saying that hey, even if you go ahead, the tutorial is not gonna continue until you do what needs to be done. Like it's not gonna skip forwards. I guess is the nuance. And over here it says that because you're still in the tutorial, there's no hidden items. Over here it says that the same as the walls, please get off the walls. And then here he's like swinging the sword at Zelda. And then it says that please don't swing the master sword at me. What the hell is wrong with you? At the end here it says. Yeah, YouTube broke my thingy. That's why I say sign. I don't know how to remove that. I wanted to just crop it out, but it doesn't behave the way I remembered it. So maybe it's not YouTube, maybe it's OBS screwing up. I'm not really sure actually who's screwing up here. But either way, yeah, it's kind of just stuck there. I need to fix it after stream ends, because I don't know how to fix it right now. I don't know what the issue is. It could be the CSS, or it could be the thing. I need to examine the code to see what's causing it here. It could be that originally it was there in the OBS, because I added some cropping to the OBS stuff. On the OBS side, rather. And maybe it got reset somehow. Maybe the thing got turned off somehow. I don't know. Yeah, now that I think about it, the more I think about it, I feel like the more OBS might be the issue, actually. The chances of YouTube changing something like this? Not very high, I think. Why would they just randomly change the CSS? The thing about the big companies is that like stupid tiny changes like this would take like a team of 20 people 2 months to do. Because they need to talk about it, talk about this, talk about that. So like they wouldn't do it unless it has a good reason, like a whole design overhaul of like the YouTube player, for example. Man, I don't even know where to begin. There's just so many things here. How would you even plan something like this? I think our current target is just be able to render the skin like that, and then that would be enough for us. The hair and stuff is already quite a bit more advanced. There's almost like some Mika Picasso levels of color going on here and some shapes in there. Yeah, it is CA. Okay. Yeah, it goes from... Yeah, the variation in the line weight is kind of is huge too. There's like huge blobs of colors like some places. Not necessarily always on the underside of forms, not necessarily always on the end of the lines. Sometimes it's the entire thing, sometimes it's the ends. Sometimes it's just added afterwards, it looks like. And then there's also places where there's like no lines, but man, this is it feels very polished. I don't know what is it about this. Like I don't know why is it so polished? Is it just because the shapes are so clean? Anytime there's like a very distinct block of color, it's very, very distinct. Otherwise it's just... But then there are also these things here. Ah yes, the virus. If you learn another language, it's like a whole new world opens up. Like think of all the shit posting in the current language that like in English. And then just imagine a whole entire version of that opening up to you once you finish learning the language. Well, once you start learning, rather. Somewhere in the intermediate level, once you get past the basic grammar and kanji and stuff like that, you probably will just start learning with memes and stuff. Yeah, the Chinese meme. But okay, if you're learning Chinese and Mandarin, all the best. It's kind of crazy. Also, thank you, Dubei, by the way. I'm going back to work. The thing with Mandarin is that, especially the nat culture of Chinese people, is that they really like to replace similar sounding words with another one. So you will get super confused if you're looking at what the kanji itself is supposed to mean. I think there was an example on stream before, I think. I can't quite remember now, but yeah, they would just randomly replace words with something else. So you need to know a lot of reading of a lot of words correctly, and then you can kind of guess at what I have to guess at what they're trying to say sometimes. Well, a lot of times actually, because I don't really follow the Chinese side of internet media and stuff like that, content. I think I have a niece. Sorry. I know I have a relative. I just don't know if it's a niece. I don't know how the relationship charts work. It gets very confusing. But they learn like a couple, quite a few thousand words before they're 10 already, or something like that. It's kind of insane the number of words that they already know by then. And by know, I of course also mean like they can write it too. It's not just being able to read it. They can read and write. It's kind of crazy. I feel like it's a disadvantage though, like having to you know, just have more. You just have to learn more things to be the same level, to be able to express your ideas the same level. It almost feels like that, but I'm also not sure, because there is efficiency afforded to them by having each character, I guess, mean something, right? I think information density wise, like, wasn't like a Mandarin like one of the highest just because of that. Kinda sucks though. My god. I don't like this curve. Not clean. New layer, right? Okay, bring back 10. Actually, no, this is front. Kind of fun. Actually, what's the sizing check? Whatever, man. I'm just gonna YOLO it on the fly then. Yes, thank you, Tosque. Yes, if anybody wants to learn how to draw Booba, Tosque has kindly shared 3 of their own notes here. And I feel like I have to mention this, but I don't mean this as how do I say this? I'm not trying to say you're doing anything funny, Tosque. But I just feel like I have to mention, because PDF is one of the most dangerous file formats out there in terms of spreading viruses, being malicious. So just not saying that your files are malicious, of course, but yeah, just to put it out there that it is something that you guys want to be careful with, because PDF files, you can put JavaScript in them. They will auto execute when you open them. A very good way of letting people into your system and stuff like that. So if you have one of those files that you want to open, you got it from, I don't know, Library Genesis or something like that. Give it, you know, send it to TotalVirus. Give it totalvirus.com. Get it scanned, just to have a peace of mind, I guess. Yeah. Yes, PDF files. It's just because of the format, like they allow nonsense like that to happen. So it makes it kind of, it makes it convenient, right? It's security, internet security, computer security is always, well, security of any form is always like that trade-off of being convenient versus being secure, right? Your password being super, super hard, not very convenient, but more secure, right? Kind of like that kind of thing. You have to tap in and tap out every time you go somewhere. Yeah, very secure, but not very convenient. So PDF, they're trying to make it convenient. As a result, security is the trade-off here. I mean, of course, nothing really beats exe, I guess, if you want to talk about like binaries, executables, but PDF seems very innocuous. People really don't think about it as a document. What's it gonna do, right? But like, it's got it's got the ability to run. Like exe is dangerous because it executes things, whereas like media formats like documents, like image files, like video files, they just present data. They don't necessarily execute anything, but so to speak. But nowadays I believe there's ways to inject a lot of random shit into a lot of random formats, including video. I've heard that you can exploit like MP4s or something, like some kind of video formats to do malicious stuff, which is very impressive. Very, very interesting stuff. Yeah. I don't know how much I can say, but at work we kind of touch on malicious files and stuff, and we always change the extension to something else other than the original type so that it doesn't get opened up. Windows does weird, interesting things, because you can name your file whatever you want, right? It doesn't change the data, but it changes how the data is handled, especially on Windows. On Unix systems, it just kind of figures out what it's supposed to be using by itself and opens up with the corresponding type. But Windows goes by file extension, so if you just change the file extension, it wouldn't open up with the correct application, and it's a lot safer that way when you're sharing, you know, viruses and stuff. Image PNG.exe. Yeah, it definitely does go by the last thing there. I think in a different life, I would have definitely been a more hardcore sort of computer security guy. Because I was trying to learn up, like learn things. I was trying to pick stuff up. I was trying to take courses and stuff. It sounds like a very difficult thing. I think like being a hacker is, oh, you have to be so smart and stuff. But you really just kind of need to know things. It's like if you know how things work, you can break it. That's the gist of it. So the only problem is that there's too many things to learn. But if you just want like a tiny slice of that pie, you can always just focus on one part, one specific aspect of it. And get really good at that. I mean, you have to specialize no matter what you do anyways, right? If you guys want to learn, there are like free resources out there. I think that one of the websites is called Hack the Box. The box here referring to different computer servers that they have for you to hack. And the idea is that you have to you try to, it's like a it's like a game basically. You have a bunch of servers, right? And it's up to you to find an exploit to figure out how to exploit it, and then retrieve the information that's on the system and then give it to the website, and then they will give you points and stuff like that, and you can level up and stuff. It's like a game basically, game that you have to study for, and game that might put you on a like an NSA list somewhere. But at the same time, it's very fun. It's very fulfilling because you feel more and more powerful as you do it. If you do it, and it's kind of interesting. I remember like Hack the Box. Like in order to be able to use the website and some of the stuff in it, you have to first find a way to create an account because it's not that easy. You have to figure out, it's easy in the sense that it is, you know, compared to all the other stuff that you will be learning on the way, on your journey. But it's also not easy if you're just starting out because there are no hints. Actually, were there hints? Maybe there were hints. But you have to figure out how to get a referral code for yourself because that's the only way to log in. To create an account, sorry. And where do you get the referral code? Well, if you have a friend, then, or if you have the skills, because it's right there in your face on the website. That was like quite a few years ago now. I don't know if they changed the setup now, but it's interesting. There's another website. Ah, shit, I forgot what's it called. It teaches you how to hack HTML. Because the website itself is just a series of pages. Every page has an exploit that you have to find and then use. Let me see if I can find it. It's not hack the box. It's something else. Is it hack this site? Okay, this site looks sus. It doesn't even have HTTPS. Okay, never mind then. Oops. Oh, I can't find it anymore. Maybe it's gone now, huh? Anyways. Yeah, the antiviruses as well. Antiviruses are all kind of janky. I was playing some games with some Japanese people, and they were saying that they were using McAfee, which I don't know if you guys know. But McAfee itself is basically like a giant virus. It keeps trying to tell you to buy stuff or something. I can't remember exactly what it does anymore. But it's really hard to uninstall that antivirus because it seats itself really deep into your system. And I believe it also wasn't necessarily that effective. Can't remember though. It's been a while. Yeah, but McAfee's creator, Mr. McAfee, I think has some very interesting allegations and lawsuits and stuff, which makes the antivirus very untrustworthy. Actually, one of the best antiviruses out there in terms of effectiveness is a Kaspersky, but it's a Russian-made antivirus. And now it's like, hey, are they making the virus and then releasing the antivirus? Anyways, do you get anxious whenever chat stops for a while? I think in the beginning I did. I was always wondering, hey, if anyone's, if I'm, how do I say this? Like, I know that you guys can hear me. Yeah, no, I think originally I did. Nowadays, I'm just kind of saying whatever I want to say. If people want to join it, they can join it. If they don't want to join it, they can don't join it. Right? And, primarily, I think because I'm just here to get things done. It doesn't feel as bad, you know. Like if I'm here to actually stream and make money or something like that, then if the chat stops, that is GG right there. That is you have failed as a streamer. But if you're doing art, I guess it's more relaxed. It's just whatever. I also think a lot of people are probably putting me on mute and just like getting the view up there, the view count up high as a form of showing support, and I do really appreciate that. That's completely fine too. I do always advocate for you guys to focus on your own stuff instead of listening to me rant about useless, stupid things. Anxious, huh? I think it's only natural, right? Because you're trying to talk about stuff, you're trying to share ideas, but you're not getting any vocal feedback if no one responds. I think it makes a lot of sense. I noticed that in the beginning when I started streaming is that I keep repeating my points when people ask me questions. Because they will ask a question, and then they will not necessarily show that they have acknowledged what I've said. So then the question is, hey, am I answering? Did I answer that question? Or like what? Like you know, like should I repeat myself and make it clearer? Did you understand it? Or was it because like you already got it and there was no follow-up, you know, stuff like that. That one primarily is more, well, it's also gotten better nowadays. I've just kind of gotten used to it as well. Yeah. It's always that thing, right? Like no news is good news, I think. Compared to like before when we had like a hater trying to start some nonsense in here. The quietness, the mundaneness of everyday life is the happiness of life, right? You don't have to worry about starving to death, not being able to have shelter to sleep, that kind of stuff. It's nice to be boring and mundane sometimes. Yeah, we're hitting all the milestones, man. Windows 11 CC, yeah. Actually, yeah, I don't know if it's the software that's bad or it's just me that I don't have a very good pacing when I start talking. I tend to just keep going like this and keep going, and then the software kind of waits for me to pause before it sends stuff out, which is why the sentence is like super long sometimes. But yeah, we got someone who's trying to rage bait with the chat rules. Like if you guys remember the first time you guys joined the chat, you had to agree to some rules. I believe number 1 was be civil, number 2 was no hate and no politics. He was saying that that is inherently a hateful thing to say no politics or something. I didn't quite remember what the argument was. That was last Friday, I think. So yeah, another milestone for a content creator. Your boy is making it to the big leagues. Yeah, sorry, I'm not very fluent with I don't really follow politics, so I don't really know what all the jargon means. I still don't really understand what left wing and right wing means at this point. So I couldn't actually understand what he was trying to bait me with, but it was like 6 hours into the stream on a Friday night. I had to work 8 hours in the morning and then 6 hours of stream. I'm like up for 14, 15, 16 hours. I have no idea what he's saying. It's like, oh man, I feel kind of bad at the same time. It's like he's trying to rage bait, but I don't even get what he's saying though. Like, I wish I could understand you, man. I could not. Also, at that point in time, I kind of forgot that we set up the chat rules on YouTube. So I was also really confused what he was talking about. Like, what do you mean, like, no hate and no politics? Yeah, I would agree with those rules, whoever wrote them. Apparently, I wrote them. Quite a while ago. I just kind of forgot. Yeah, no, if you guys want to cuss, you guys want to talk about, you guys want to use profanity. What's your profanity? Good old German meme. But anyways, it's feel free. I have 0 filters. At work, I try to filter a bit more. But my manager also kind of used the word shit and fuck sometimes. And I kind of just let it slip. I'm just waiting for the day I let it slip in front of my boss's boss, I think. How many levels up is he? Yeah, I forgot what my setup was, but I think this is meant to be the outer rim here. This is the inside, right? So... yeah, okay, I see a lot of those. I see a lot of those on Reddit. Like, my stupid Reddit thingy keeps recommending me, like, defending AI art or AI art wars or some shit like that. And then it's just constantly people arguing about this and that. I don't know why there are people that are just like super antagonizing. They just want to antagonize people, right? They take artists' art and then they are like, oh, I put it through AI, it's way better now. Oh man. Okay, I guess. Thank you. Oh, not really, no thank you, but I don't know what they're getting out of it. Is it they just want the attention, I guess? Yeah, honestly, how do I say this, right? Like, I'm also on the... I see technology as neutral as well. I see the potential that AI could bring and stuff like that. And at the same time, we also are, you know, as artists, we also understand fully well, like, how difficult the process can be and stuff like that. I find it really hard to blame them for using it, but at the same time, like I definitely think the people who are using it to antagonize people are just crazy. Like preventing people from stealing copyright content. Okay. Yeah. Don't take people's stuff and just try to sell and make money or antagonize them, right? I think that's my stance. If they use it for themselves behind closed doors, bring some ideas to life for themselves, I think perfectly reasonable. It's gonna, like, copyright and stuff like that is so hard to control and stuff like that. I don't think it's preventable. Yeah, but somehow call you out to get harassed and now you're crying. Yeah. Yeah, I find it's kind of funny. Like, the whole situation is so unhinged when you're looking at the community, like the interactions between some of these people. It's just like, is this real life? Is this real? Like, what am I looking at? How are these people like this crazy? If anything, I'm very curious about, like, the sort of lives that they have led. Like, how did it get to that point? I want to know how it got to that point where they're, like, at that level of delusion. Oh yeah, AI is very dangerous. Like, it's absolutely insanely dangerous. Like, I cannot tell anymore on YouTube shorts and stuff. Right? There's always those funny, like, cat get, I don't know, sucked up by a tornado. I don't know why people keep making those. I guess it's engagement bait. But then, like, there are people who are also being absolutely malicious. They're absolutely mixing AI stuff with real life stuff so that they can make it harder for people to detect. Those are fucking insane. They're doing it on purpose to make it so that people cannot see it anymore. Yeah. But that's the nature of a capitalistic society, right? But, like, I guess, like, any of the other ones wouldn't... Yeah, I don't even know if there's any way, any timeline that where this wouldn't have happened. You know, it feels just like such a natural progression, almost. Right now, it's capitalism driving it. People can make money and whatnot. But in other timelines, maybe, like, there's a rogue government that's trying to make it. So I feel like it's maybe this is just how humanity always is meant to go down, like, this path. Like, where else would we have been otherwise? Like, I don't know. I can't see it. Either way, though, this is yeah, we gotta enjoy life while we can. My God, dude. Yeah, it's always a vocal minority ruining for every people. On the artist side, I guess it's the people that's always screaming at people. There's also people being really antagonizing on the, like, in terms of trying to defend. But I guess it's not as crazy. I don't know. I don't have enough information here. I remember seeing some stuff on the Reddit post as well. On both sides, there are some crazy people doing crazy stuff. But definitely, I think the more crazier people is on the AI using side. It's also kind of interesting, like the defending AI art subreddit, right? The whole point, by the way, of that subreddit is to defend AI art. They actually outright ban anyone who says bad things about it. They just ban you. And I guess, you know what, like, what, you know, that's your own kingdom. You want to make it that way, fine, sure. Like, but sometimes I still see comments that try to take a more neutral stance over there. They're like, what are you guys talking about? That's not really a problem here. Like, that's not what they're saying. Like, that's not what they're not trying to attack us. They're just saying something. Like, it's always interesting to see slightly more neutral standpoints in some of these Reddit. Echo chamber. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was also talking to my coworker about playing VR chess. Sorry, there's a bit of a change, but because I was thinking of echo, like you mentioned echo chamber, right? I think everyone's kind of in their own echo chamber. It's kind of hard to get in touch with like the other side of, like the opposite end of where you are, right? If you are I don't know, if you're poor and then talking to rich people, if you're rich talking to the poor people, that kind of stuff. But this is just one divide. But I was remembering, like, going into VR chat really opened my eyes because you see a lot of people. You see a lot of different people. Granted, VR chat still draws its own demographic. Like 90% of people I meet are computer science and so on and so forth. But all of a sudden, I get this huge new viewpoint of like all these different views, and kind of opened up my eyes a little bit to how some of the other people think. Made me kind of realize that, hey, I'm also kind of in my own echo chamber, right? Everybody's kind of in their own chamber until you really get in touch with the other side and see what the other side is really saying and doing. What the hell is it? What is my layer? Okay, here. Sorry, I know you probably don't mean it that way, Toad Square, but just to clarify, the VR chat does not need VR. You know, if that was a misconception, but I don't think so. That's my layer, broski. I cannot find it. Oh, it's this guy. Yeah, that's kind of how it is, though, right? Show, I guess. Like for that many, for like millions of people to like one person means that attention is not turned to like all the other artists. So I guess it's a bad thing. It's just a natural way of how it works. It also means that perhaps, you know, one day if you're successful, you get to be the guy that's gathering all the attention. Getting all the attention. Oh, I'm lagging. Sorry, oh, my pen just stopped working. Okay, that's one of my many tablet problems. I need to restart my tablet. Oh. At some point I changed my brush size from 10 to 12 and I never changed back. So that's just half the lines are thicker than the other half. Do it for now. Whatever. Oh yeah, the AI slob. Oh, the AI slob. Oh yeah, didn't I want to change? Oh yeah, I need to update this too. Slip stop. I'm gonna get my Twitter checkmark, and then people are gonna be angry. It's like, ah, they're selling out to Elon Musk. He's giving money to Elon Musk. Cancel him. Anyways, at some point I do need to try to grow the Twitter account or whatever social media that I want to use. So we're gonna have to sell at some point. Oh yeah, the I saw that. I saw that. I thought they were legit artists too. But then something about the style felt a little bit rigid, but I didn't think it was because of AI or tracing. It's just I just thought that that's how they liked it. Actually, my main impression was just that, oh yeah, they're probably just drawing Gunnar stuff, you know, like it's very suggestive, right? I didn't give it too much thought, but I did not think that they were AI. Also, I did not know that you can use a green layer and use chroma key to remove things from the time lapse. I did not know that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was following the saga on Twitter. I was seeing people, I saw the original post by the person who made the claim that they were using AI. I opened up the Google document and it was very long. I didn't read it because I'm allergic to reading. And then, but yeah. And they clap back too, right? Like the artists clap back with like time lapse, or like the recording of them drawing or something. I can't remember what it was like. Nobody knows anymore. It's so hard to know. There was also that one Twitter post about a Japanese studio asking people to draw, to prove that they can draw before they were hired, and I mean, like I saw Reddit posts on it. I saw like in the defending AI, I saw it in all the AI discussion subreddits, and people, I think most people understood that it makes sense, right? The studio wants to hire people who can draw, so that makes a lot of sense. Some people think it's crazy, but they don't know about how computer science has been doing that forever, right? We have to code in front of the interviewer and prove that we can code. So for us, it's just like a very normal thing. It's like, oh yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Maybe should have done that earlier. But then also at the same time, like for art, even if they don't do that, they will realize immediately they were using AI, would they not? Like at work, like they sit together in the office and draw, like what? They're gonna see that immediately too. Is there seriously anyone who's trying to get into animation studios by pretending they can draw with AI? Like what is the game plan there? Should I keep this line? Ah, shit, okay, I have to nuke that. Slow artist friend. Oh yeah, I suppose. Like if you're not at the skill level, but then again, like I don't know if this is harsh or what, right? But like for people who are going to be doing it professionally, they're nightly expected to be way better than that. But then I guess from a point of view of like someone who is just starting out, it would seem like a very harsh requirement, because it would be they would not be able to imagine themselves being able to do that. But then, yeah, like as someone who can draw, then like from that point of view, it would be like, yeah, even if it's not for the AI stuff, it would be kind of cool to be able to show off your skill a little bit, right? Like, this is how I draw, this is how fast I can do it. It's like cool, cool, cool. As well. Different point of view from different sides of the thing with different experience. Personality thing? Yeah, the get rich quick. Yeah, so yeah, I was talking to Lego Mia about this, right? So AI inherently is neutral technology, right? It's how you use it. And then with the new generation growing up in an era where stuff like this can be done instantly, how do you teach them to delay their gratification? How do you teach them to be able to learn that it's important to do things yourself, even if it's slower, even if it's worse, because that's the only way to grow? And there was no conclusion. Very complicated issue. Like as a parent of this age, like what are you supposed to do? I don't even know if I were a parent, would I give my kid like like an iPad, right? If you don't give it to them, then they might be informationally like They might not have the media literacy, they might not know how to use technology, they might not have enough information compared to their peers, they might get made fun of. All those things balanced with, you know, all the unhealthy stuff. Like, it's so insane. How do you be a good parent in this age? Everything's constantly changing too. And all your favorite Minecraft YouTubers are grooming kids. Shade. If you guys want to talk about random shit, by the way, like philosophical shit, you guys should talk to Lego Mia, because he's got a very good head on his shoulders. He's very young too, like our age gap is pretty big, but a lot of times I find like his train of thought, his line of thinking is very clear, it's very structured, which makes it very easy to break down and very easy to understand. Also very easy to start a discussion about stuff in a more structured, like in a clearer way, right? You wouldn't get lost in like mumbo jumbo, like how sometimes politicians, they try to like go around in circles so that you get confused and then you lose the original point. It's very structured, very clear, and he has very good insights into certain issues. I don't know if it's because he, you know, deals with it very often, or he has a lot of self-reflecting, does a lot of self-reflecting, alright, but if I have an idea, I have thoughts, I bounce it off of him first. Mr. Lego Mia. He's only been on stream for a while. Oh, yeah, actually makes sense. You guys probably most likely wouldn't know who he is. Let me find his YouTube channel real quick. This is them. They've only been on stream like once or twice. If you go back in the streams, you might see featuring Taku in one of the streams. That's you can hear. He basically does Lego streams. He is creative, but in the Lego aspect. He would basically take, for example, like Warhammer spaceships, right? He will look at the art and he would design the Lego setup in Lego Studio, which is the 3D software meant for making Legos and modeling Legos, and then they would build it out in real life. If you want to talk about stupid things, you can go and talk to them about it. You can also be super unhinged and just like be super unhinged in the chat, and then just say that I said it. I said that it's okay, and I'm gonna hear about it every weekend now. Oh my god! I know Igami went over and had a small chat with him a while back. I missed your message there, the virus. Those people who cheat. Insane ways to cheat are making mnemonic streams, hiding answer sheets, simply studying. I know why I don't like the back hair, by the way. The balance on the lines is not very good. It doesn't have that sort of thick and thin kind of variation. And I also need it on the contours and stuff a little bit more. So this bundle and then this strand feels really a bit too rigid. Maybe I need maybe like a hole here. Also, I still need to learn to work faster. Man, I wasn't planning on making this like so clean and stuff like that. I still have this issue where it's really hard to just leap forward. At this rate, we will never be able to do all the stuff I want to do, right? So like this cannot be the rate at which we're doing things. This is just too inefficient. But then I also want to develop like a cleaner style. So like, well, what am I supposed to do, right? Like, character outline? Yeah, I think it depends on the style. It's more graphic design kind of stuff. It's like making a sticker. It pops the character out, right? With the outline there. Is Betty cool? Sorry. Is the only thing. Oh, Japanese keyboard, get out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Very cool. I forgot the... I don't know why I did this hair, by the way. I think I did this just randomly, and then now it just kind of stuck. It wasn't in the original design, I don't think. Like the one from a few years ago. 2 years ago. But I guess she just kind of has that now. Oh, I forgot the hair over here. Ah, shit. Oh, and the other hair on the other side. Ah, man. Yeah, at least we get to do it together. This would be in front of the ear, right? Yeah, so that makes sense. I'm gonna have it rest on the chest a little bit here. If it's blending, if it's not blending in, it's probably like a lighting thing, right? I mean, the materials, even if you change the rendering, the materials and stuff, I don't think it will matter too much, right? It's like a different texture. If you look at the other people's art and they have different textures for different materials, they still kind of fit into the same sort of composition and illustration because the values and lighting. I think. I don't think the tools is the thing. Thing. There's the guy who can't do colors and render, by the way. But just off of instinct, I think usually when things feel like they're not blending, it's always lighting, I think. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully that's the correct answer. Who's marking my exam? Where did her chest go again? Oh my god. Where's the thing? This. Oh, it's over here. Huh. Fae. As in like the fairy Fae? Actually, I don't really like the whole idea that this has another meaning. Names, I think, should always have only one meaning, and to mean their character. So I actually don't really like it, but it was the name I gave her 2 years ago. It's feminine. It kind of fits some of the design with the wings. I guess it's okay. I feel like I didn't do my due diligence, is how it feels like. I feel like I didn't give her the best that I could. I also don't really get the shape. Yeah, it's not that serious. Will I ever join the VC in the server? I do join it once in a while. Well, not today though, I don't think. Not on the weekdays. On the weekends, sometimes I see... Well, George is always there, almost. George is like always there. Sometimes I'll go in. Because for the most part, like on stream, I'm interacting with you guys, right? Yeah, Pound PX. So when I'm off stream, I want to go talk to my my usual VR chat friends, so they don't think I've abandoned them. You know what? I'm not gonna. I'm trying to simulate the thing resting on the boobas, but kind of a pain in the ass. So none of that nonsense. Then I'm just gonna cut this shot short here. Just gonna end it here somewhere. It could be pretty cool. I feel like it's the what's the word? It's like the intention behind the word. I want the intention behind the word to only mean them, even if it's a cringe kind of sounding thing, or it's like slightly not necessarily the most robust or nice looking or cool looking or cute sounding, that kind of stuff. As long as it means them and only them, and I created it just for them, I think I'm okay with that. It's just that Fae is a word that already existed. I remember, if you guys watch Code Geass, right? I don't know if it's a spoiler or not, but like somewhere near the end, I think, where it was Lelouch and C2 in the cave, I remember. And sorry, am I getting this detail wrong? Let me just double check this. Lelouch and C2 cave? Was it? Were they in the cave? At some point, I know like C2 revealed her real name to Lelouch, but we didn't get to hear it, I think. Like the viewers didn't get to hear it. And I think that was when it sort of dawned on me, like, hey, the idea of names being powerful can be interesting. And because it's always kind of a thing that I felt since I was a kid. I wanted to make it like a story point, like something to do with the story here. That's what I remember. Actually, I can't remember. Yeah, is this right? Is this the right anime? Why do I cannot see it? Hang on. Oh yeah, it is a real thing. Yeah. They made it into the meme with Heisenberg, but basically this character throughout the entire anime has only been referred to as C2, as in like the letter C and the number 2. And she's basically immortal, and she's a very core part of the story. And at some point, she broke her sort of more stoic persona, right? Her personality has always been very cold, very stoic, very distant. But then as her and the protagonist get closer and closer and closer down the line, eventually she revealed that before she became an immortal, a bit of a spoiler, her name was so and so and so. And no one has called her by their name for a really long time, and therefore the scene here, she's really touched. Actually, I can't remember exactly how it went down, but anyways, I think it'd be kind of cool in the story that like I mean, it's not really that unique, but by the way, I don't think any of these ideas are super unique, but yeah, rather than unique, I guess I'm just waiting for them to mean something to me. But in this case, if it can make the character's name be, I want to make it so that, like, because there's been a lot of animes out there where if you learn the name of a monster, right, you get to control them, something like that, right, where names carry power. But most of those are still kind of just the vocal aspect, the audio aspect, like us like speaking it out, like right now me saying duvet, something like that, right? But I wanted to ideally maybe go a little bit deeper than that. Maybe there's something on top of just saying the name. Maybe just saying the name isn't enough, but you need to know something about them, and you have to visualize it, or you have to or maybe there's a part of the name that isn't vocal, that is actually just imaginative or something. So even though everyone can call this character by their name, there are only certain other characters that can really truly interact with them at a deeper level. And then just imagine, like, for example, I primarily created this idea around Ria, because Ria is kind of, she kind of goes through this process of dying and coming back to life, right? Which implies that there is sort of something more supernatural behind the scenes. And if that's the case, wouldn't it be kind of interesting if there's a way to call her name, and then she would know who's calling because she can feel the intention behind the call, and then she can then just choose to ignore you. She can choose to ignore people she doesn't like. It's kind of funny. Everyone can call her, but only some people react, and then there'll be the people who don't know about it would just be left super confused because they're like, what's the difference? Because it's non-vocal. Just an idea. Anyways, I think we're kind of down at the lines here. I'm just gonna make this a little bit more, how do I say? Should I say it? Juicy? It's not really that crazy of a word. It's just a little bit degenerate. But hello, Maxi. Man, Maxi, your work ethic is I mean, everyone's work ethic is pretty good. It's very good in the server. People always being in the verse chat and doing it. But you being able to pump it out is very impressive. Piece after piece after piece. Very, very impressive. I know I said this yesterday. That's kind of how impressed I am, I guess. This isn't very good. Gotta go to work tomorrow. Oh yeah, I have no idea what's happening. I didn't want to join because I know I can't stay for too long. I don't want to make it all about me again because the stream is already enough of that. So I just let you guys have fun. Yeah, it's very nice to see though. Like the server's kind of popping up. Yeah, this is why I want to bring Ria to life so much. Like it's without her making me stay on this path to draw and keep streaming constantly. Well, you guys also keep me streaming, right? But the ultimate goal being her, I would not have seen a lot of these. I would not have experienced a lot of things I would have experienced. And I was talking about VR chat earlier today, right? How there's different walks of life, a lot of different types of people in there. And of course, there's going to be some people who are on a slightly not so great journey, you know, like people who are suffering from issues here and there, or they're just in a bad place in life right now. Stuff like that. And sometimes hearing their story and seeing kind of like the events that led up to that point in life, that point in their life, I think back to what my experience was, and it made me realize that, you know, I wasn't necessarily that different. I wasn't necessarily... I could have went down the same path. I could most definitely have went down a lot of these less so objectively productive paths. And the one that kept me on the path was my own character. So it is I don't think it's an exaggeration. I think from a third party point of view, it might be kind of cringe, just like this guy is saying an anime character is his changed his life. But then I think we've seen a lot of cases of that, you know, with VTubers, especially recently. With the COVID, and then with VTubers popping off, and then people making an active effort to make their lives more productive, better, make themselves more powerful. Let me change the setup here. Yes, the virus. We'll all be here together to watch you grow. Yes, come on, everyone, you guys gotta stream too. You guys, come on, guys, be famous, guys, and don't forget me when you're famous. Oh man, make tons of money, guys. For no, for your own sake, of course, for your own sake. Oh man, I remember always telling my friends, hey, if you guys win the lottery, please, I just need 1 million. If you guys win like couple 100 million, can I just get 10, please? Can I just have some, please? I would do the same for you. I'll do the same for you. Of course, of course. Oh man. I gotta go and remind my friends, man. I gotta go remind my friends. I have a pact with at least one of them. He says that if he wins the lottery, he'll give me 10 million. I better make sure he remembers. Let me go make sure he remembers tomorrow, next time I see him. Very important. Life or death. How come? Yeah, interesting. You know, like it's just the medium, right, that we are choosing to express our ideas in. Did like people in the past not have this concept of creating fictional characters? Doesn't seem right either, right? How come we don't see like fan art in or maybe there are, but how come we don't see fan art in like Renaissance or something like that? Is that a thing? There are self-insert fanfics for sure, right? Like stories and novels and stuff like that. How come we don't see I don't know. Shit, I don't know any famous painter. I only know Van Gogh. Shit, I don't know any famous painter. Wasn't there Monet as well? Monet? 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 Oh my god. Is that right? Interesting. That's an interesting interesting. So there is fan art of real life, I guess, of stuff that they see. Normal? Oops. Beaten my Miku. Gotta go to work tomorrow. The other hand should be visible too. I just don't know what it should look like because we don't see it in the reference. Because the hair is kind of bundled up like that. Why didn't I could have done the same thing though, right? Could have made them more interesting. Hang on. Would it have looked good though? Right, but then it would be kind of messy here. It's like a giant tumor. Also, the hair would be yeah, like for her, the hair is being pulled back entirely. Like, I kind of have this too, so I just leave it. The other hand, if I change this angle a little bit, it will be a little bit better, I think. And I don't have to draw it. Let's not make this more complicated than it needs to be then. Oh my god, is that a French name? I see a lot of vowels next to each other. Making modern interpretations of classical objects. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't know if I'm looking at it, I guess. I guess I just won't know if it's fictional or not. They just all look realistic. They all look the same. Man, it's so sad. They don't have Kemo Mimi. Very sad. Oh my god. They don't have characters with like a fat ass tail. Very sad. Oh, like this? Oh, I see. Fantasy and realism. Oh. Is it that? Isn't it quite common? I guess this is wait, hang on. Oh wait, are they selling this? Why are they selling? Are they selling the thing only for 405? Well, why is there a range actually? What's this? Oh, it's just a print. Why is it so expensive? Are they gonna repaint this? Like, why is it like 800 bucks for a print? Is it that a meter by 1 point? It's kind of big, but huh? Does it justify that price? Yeah. It's gonna go 12. It's not really gonna change that much though. Oh yeah, but thank you for the sharing though, Maxi. I don't know what I'm trying to do here. What's the shape that I want? I don't know. Also, how big is this supposed to be? It's bigger than a foot. Wow. That means it's bigger than the forearm. That means it's bigger than the length of the entire torso almost. It is, kind of. This is huge. Yeah, I guess I can't really see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, she really is just the character attached to the tail. The tail is very, very important. My God. This character makes me feel very vulnerable just because it's like all the stuff that I like on display right here at one go. Also, I'm pretending like she's sitting on the chair, by the way. And then I guess I'm just not drawing the chair. I can draw I can have like a translucent block of something here just to represent the idea so that she's not floating. But actually, I don't know where the perspective. I guess this is eye level. I didn't plot the perspective again. I have no idea. Yeah, like the if you look at the ref, right, this balance of weight is also kind of stupid. I've been looking at Alan's ref, right, like Alan Joe from ZZZ, and like her tail is fat AF, and it doesn't look like she can stand if this is like always upright. And then I was criticizing that, and then I did this, and it's also just as kind of massive. Yeah, I mean, like, butts are like, you know, like, when people ask breasts, like, boobs or butts, I choose butts just because the choices is one or the other. But, you know, given the choice, I would choose tail. Which is why this is more, embarrassing, maybe? Would be the word. Oh, it's not the right thing. I wanted to know if this will work a little bit better if this was even rounder up here, maybe? I'm gonna make it very round after all. Komimi? Oh, I've never even heard of that name. Who is that? Who is this? Why is the first search autocomplete H? Komimi Arknights H. Yeah, this cannot be comfortable, man. How the hell do you... Like, this is... At least, so a lot of the characters with tails. Worst case, they sleep sideways. This looks like you can't even sleep sideways. It's huge. Who drew this? Let me see. Anyways, this is the character. Oh, like, okay, she's thick. Oh my gosh, she is thick. Oh, also, I tried to search for the artist's name. This came up. Nice. Oh, what? Okay, let me just check this is clean and not safe forward. Right, okay, this looks fine. Because I trust Duvey's recommendations. But these ones that I find, I need to vet just in case. As I cannot see anything. I guess they're just like thick characters. Oh my god. Look at them cheeks. Wow, okay. This is very thick. Very, very thick. I want more colors. Because the lines don't show the form as much. What is this? I guess that's the other otaku hobby. Look at the art is all like black and white, huh? Okay, my first impression of this, I thought it was 3 boobs and then a belly. That was what I saw in the thumbnail. I thought I saw 3 boobs and a belly. Huh. Guess we don't really get to see, like, I do see a round. I thought they would have a lot more of like this kind of stuff on their Twitter. It's a lot less than I expected. I feel like all these characters would just fall over though the moment they try to lift up their tail. Wouldn't that just happen? Seems really, really heavy. Yeah, you know what? I would kind of have to compromise on this. Can't have it go to that extent. Something. Let's just do this. Who's the artist? I sent it in the chat, Duve. It's right there. Right above, like 2 messages above yours. If you don't see it, I can send it again though. That's not a problem. I just where does the tail go though? Wouldn't it be kind of funny? Actually, it would be such a good comp, actually. Actually, it would be a really good comp, isn't it? There's a character attached to a tail, of course. Of course the tail takes up like 80% of the canvas. Wait, what? Hang on a second. I gotta do this, right? I don't have a choice. Hang on a second. I mean, like, perspective-wise, it's not gonna go that far, but it could still go on for a while here, and then it just kind of open. Sorry. Oh, by the way, her tail setup is so 2 fins in the front, right? 1 on top, and then 2 more tiny ones in the back, which is what this is. And they're at like the 3 o'clock, like this Mercedes kind of layout. Although I drew them a little bit too on the side here, honestly. It's meant to be like this. So these would be behind, actually. This would not be visible. And then the top, and then the bottom. I think the original design had the top a lot bigger than the bottom, but then I think this way is better. I think. I'm not 100% sure on it. The relative sizes and stuff is not very set, except for the last one, which is meant to be tiny. That's about it. Yeah, this doesn't work. Yeah, the perspective wouldn't work because this is here and that's there. Unless I have this like here. It looks kind of awkward. The other option would be to bend it around, maybe? Okay, yeah, this is kind of funny. Maybe we would do it some other time on purpose. But in the meantime, I think maybe not. Yeah, if this was like this, then maybe I could have done something like this. And I have the tail kind of go around. Yeah. Too much feature creeping. Originally, all I wanted was this. All I wanted was this, actually. I shouldn't have gone this far. I need to stop doing this. I keep doing this. Again, like the point of this isn't to well, we do want to practice rendering and stuff, but we still want to focus on getting all of these things out so that we have all the different aspects showing different personality and poses and ideas. And if I do this for every single, I'm never gonna finish. So this is kind of a little bit too much. To rein in on the feature creeping here. Wait, am I more of a normie than I thought? Oh, okay. People are really going for the crocodile, like alligator. I don't know what the difference is, by the way. Tails, huh? How in the world, dude? How in the world? Now I have to go and look at other not safe for work just to see. Wait, how is this supposed to join, dude? Hello? I want to see. Oh my god. Okay, so it has to be like a really tiny connector then, right? At the base, it has to be really thin then. This entire thing is like the entire pelvis. It is, but I do my best to make mine at least logical. And guys, we're too normie. I'm too normie. This is like monster hens and stuff. Okay, I'm never gonna do monster hens, by the way. Okay, you know what, the virus? I think we have to commit on our on my choice yesterday. I think I'm actually still too normie. How about we commit? Sorry, the virus. The idea isn't just that. The idea is to have 2 sets, right? So we have the mammal set and then we have the fish set. We have both sets. That's our gimmick. That's gonna be our gimmick. Is this AI or something? Oh, it is Tensor. I saw Tensor. You guys want to learn about shark anatomy? You know, like, I don't know if you guys have seen furry art of shark characters. They always have two dicks. They always have two dicks because in reality, male sharks have like two things right by the opening that's used that they use for the process, which is why all the furry characters of a shark character always have two dicks. Anyways, welcome. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. No refunds. You guys can look it up, you know. Sorry, do we amend that as a joke? I'm not actually ending the stream, I'm just saying that, hey, you know, random shark effects. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, I want 2 sets because it's interesting, isn't it? That's more interesting than anything I've seen out there. The only thing I don't like about this is because like the tail, right, from the unders. So the tail from the underside will look something like this, right? For us, I'm not talking about sharks. I didn't want to have 2 sets because it would have to be somewhere around this region. It would be most natural in between the 2 fins, because in reality, that's how it works. In reality, it's more of like having 2 tiny fins like this. They have 2 tiny fins like this, and then there's like, you know, the thing in the middle. So that would be the most natural position for it. But then I wanted to keep this area clean. Because this area is kind of like the... So, let me see. This area will correspond to this part here, right? It's the bulgy part of the tail, which is kind of like the bulgy part of the thighs, right? So it's a part that you probably want to show off in terms of character draw art and stuff like that. If we make it explicit, then it's like, what am I... What, you know, I'm limiting what I can do here. And of course, you know, in the perfect world, I can just do whatever. I can have it come and go as we need it. But, anyways. So I'm not sure yet. That's why I was on the fence about it. But then looking at all these other character designs and stuff, I realized that, hey, we should just go. Like, stop being a pussy, right? Yeah. What about something like a snake tail like Monster Girl Musume, but only as a tail? Well, I mean, like a lamia, right? Monster Girl's snake is the lamia, where they don't even have legs. It's just the usual snake parts, basically. I say it as though as everyone know about it, but no, not Medusa. Like the Monster Girl one is like human top, but then like kind of like a mermaid body, but it's a snake body, if I remember correctly. Okay, this is very inadequate drawing sketch here. I believe it's like this, and then they had to wear like a dress or something. I can't remember how it works here. Kind of like that. So it'd just be normal human top, but like snake lower half. Oh, yeah. I don't like the shapes here. This is very important to me. I have to get that correct. That's the one thing we cannot compromise on. So I will have to work on that a little bit more. The meantime though, I can set up the rest here. So the idea here is that she's basically getting ready to work, right? She's pinning up her hair. Should I actually do that? There's just not enough volume of hair on this side, I feel like. Because usually that would be a lot. I feel like maybe that's not enough. Maybe I need more clips or something. But yeah, she would tie up her hair and then get this thing out of her face, because this left side of hers is always entirely blocked. So I can then a few more other sketches here will probably be her using like a sewing machine or something. Let me think. Maybe I can't think anymore, but we have a mind map here anyways to deal with that tomorrow. So yeah, I want to have a very comprehensive sheet for this character. Kind of like how we have the wings one here as well. I'm gonna leave the overlay on just because this is explicit here. But what the wings are for, and then what the tail is for, and then what it's like working, and so on and so forth. Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas. Yeah. Oh, actually could be gaming too, now that I think about it. This doesn't have to be work. It could just be game. Yeah, I screw up. I think I forgot to erase a line here. Yep. But when did I merge the lines? Did I draw? Okay, I must have drawn on the wrong layer then. I don't remember merging any layers, but now I have to deal with this nonsense because this hair is meant to cover up a lot of stuff. Ah, shit. I'll just fix this up and then I'll probably have to go for today. At least tomorrow we can finally get to coloring. The target for rendering for this, for all the character art for her for now, because no environments will be in play. Single light source, keep it simple. And then, yeah, nothing too fancy with the colors. So just get used to rendering and the form and the workflow first. And let things happen naturally that way. Crap, screwed this up pretty bad. What am I looking at? Right, all the jacket and all the planning out the window. Bye-bye. I don't see anymore. Check. What is that? Something I don't want. Get out of here. Oh, okay, because the sketch was distracting. That's why I didn't notice that I was doing it wrong. I should have seen it earlier. Yeah, the two clips here. How do hair clips work, actually? I feel like the two clips is not enough to hold the hair all the way back. Why would it stop here, right? Like, why would it be here? But I see this pattern so often in other people's stuff. There's some imperfection in the lines. Actually, those are welcomed. Because the efficiency trade-off is well worth it. go. Yeah, so this curvature is probably not right. Oh yeah, I'm on 12. Oh, where is it? It's a bit too low, isn't it? Actually, yeah, the breast too low. The breast might be a little bit too low, actually. I'm looking at the clavicles and it feels a bit lower than expected. Yeah, it's quite a bit lower than expected. Should have been higher like that, I think. I'm gonna have to make the change on this part here. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a screw up. Not too bad though, not too bad. It's just this part here. Good thing I didn't put, yeah, I didn't put in the interaction there. I would have had to change that again as well. I just have to move this part up a bit. Yeah, you know what? Let's just redo it. Oh yeah, no, she is inspired by that. The wings are inspired by that. Right. I mentioned that I put in all the physical design features that I like into this one single character. And basically they're just all taken from other characters here and there. So you're absolutely right. Koharu's wings were the inspiration. Although I've seen wings before, the other option would have been wings on the head. But then I opted for these ears instead. A lot of line weight is a little bit too even for my liking. If I want more interesting line weight, I have to reline the entire thing again. Because now that all the lines are sorted out, all I need to do now is to go through and figure out the line weights. It will take quite a bit more time, but also not necessarily... It's definitely not going to be as much time as you spent today. Like 3 hours online today is kind of crazy. But because a lot of the shapes were not yet defined. Now that everything is defined, if you want to do it, it's not out of the question necessarily. Someone is imagining a lot of interesting things, huh? Although it's not wrong. Not wrong now, is it? Well, what can I say to that? Other than great minds think alike. So obviously like at that point it gets a little bit more sensitive. That's a funny joke because Japanese people refer to loot stuff as sensitive, but I think exploring like sort of all of these special parts is part of the character design, right? It's important, not just because I'm justifying what I'm about or what I want to draw in the future, but all these special non-human features would be very hard for people to relate, so it'd be interesting to explore a little bit of it, especially the ears. The ears as a secondary set of nonsense inside. And it's kind of lewd. The whole idea of it is kind of weird. But basically that's the outer part, right? What do you think? What do you guys think is inside? Like normally it would just be a hole that kind of goes in. The original idea I had like all those years ago was that there's a secondary set of ears inside that is a lot more sensitive. And there's no real reason why it exists other than the fact that I'm just going to chalk it up to. So the main reason it exists from our point of view, interesting, you know, fun stuff, something to explore. The other part, the lore reason would just be, you know, something stupid like all the DNA doesn't play well together or something, and it just kind of clashed, and then some nonsense came out of it. Yeah, that's like a tiny set of ears. Supposedly, I haven't confirmed it. Some of the features, right? Like I'm still not sure yet. But you know, like looking at all these other people's character design kind of convinced me that we're still too normie right now. There were other things were considered like girls, like 2 years ago as well. But I didn't want to. So one of the ideas I wanted to explore with her was that she has all these parts, but none of them are functional, right? They're all aesthetically driven, and you know, for us as artists, and also for the character in the lore as well. So it will be, how do I say this? It's like doubly painful if like not just the external stuff, but like internals. Like maybe she has skill-like looking features, but she actually cannot breathe underwater. Right, it will add so much to the character's trauma and like the setup here that I thought maybe it's interesting. But I don't really like gills as like a thing. But I feel like I still kind of want to put it just so that we can really push out the whole sort of non-human aspect of it a little bit more. Right, if it's available as an option, we should consider it. I want to address the tail a little bit more. I just want to make sure that it's not just randomly stopping here. If it's going to turn, I want to imply that it turned. I can even have the other fin over there. Since I'm drawing the entire thing anyways, I might as well go out at this point. Actually, you know what? I need to shift the entire thing over. Yeah, I mean, when I say that she's made for loot stuff, it's not a it's not an exaggeration. I did plan for some weird stuff to be in there, but nah, my dreams are not gonna be this kind to me. My dreams are very very violent, I think, in general. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to set up the thing so I can show even more curves of the tail. I don't know. Like, I mean, logically, if she's just gonna be resting it, it's just gonna be flat, right? Just gonna be flat like this, and then doubled up like that. But you don't really see much. So this tail feels kind of small. I'm drawing the wrong layer again. Oh man. There's still a few more things in the design there. I have to design. One of it is her plushie. And another one of it would be her more... I want to... Okay. I can show you guys this now, because I was exploring this. Also, I'm kind of done for tonight. I figured it out tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, it's not here. Sorry. Let me just double check that the board is clean. Yeah, like a stuffed animal that she's gonna be carrying around. Yeah, I just need to make sure that canvas is clean. When I do stuff like that, I don't necessarily keep it clean. But I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything funky in there. I2. Dokoda? Ah, here I see. Ah, okay, here. So, you guys might have caught it. Like, there's a bunch of other stuff that I've did sketches for, like her being protective of Rhea. And then her just kind of eyeing up Rhea, and then Rhea's like, what's happening? Because she always looks grumpy. So from outside, if she's staring at you, it's gonna be kind of scary. She's just like kind of angry at you. But then she's just kind of thinking like funky thoughts behind the scenes. Although it's a lot more wholesome than you might imagine. Some angles, face angles and stuff like that. And then other poses and stuff. And including one that's kind of sus. But the thing I want to show was it was just this. So I was doing style exploration with different sort of more furry styles. Because down the line, yes, so Maxi, exactly. So she has a plushie that she carries, right? And that will be a plushie of Rhea. So that is a plushie that's based off of Rhea. So, but for her herself, I also want to design a plushie for her. But the thing is, what am I gonna make like a humanoid plushie? I don't think that makes a lot of sense. That's also gonna be super weird, right? I don't think anyone can beat the allegations then. Because, anyways, so I was exploring different styles here that may work, right? Character sheet, I don't know if I want to release her just yet. Close quit. I thank you for the interest though. Like, if you wanna draw her, I did show some of her stuff like here and there. But I don't want to have the sheets out just yet. Because officially releasing it versus you taking a screenshot of it, it's slightly different, I think. Where is it? Yeah. Anyways, there is a screenshot of it here if you want, right? Like if you want to just grab it. Most of the just the feet is meant to be human feet. That's like some of these things are not ready yet. The feet is meant to be human feet, so it's not that. There are also some other features on the body that I might consider. But for the meantime, this is kind of it. Anyways, chibi would be cute. Yes, like a chibi version of her. Sorry, I'm assuming you already got the screenshot. Because I do believe everything, you can scroll back. I don't think I disabled that feature on YouTube here. And then I'm just going around different people's styles and seeing what I can get away with, right? Like this here is actually based off of a Glaceon somewhere. I just traced this one because I wanted to see how it looks like. Yeah, this was the original here in the back. I forgot whose art this was. I wanted to see if anything would look good with this character. So like Nanachi, right? This is Nanachi's stylization. This is someone's really lanky, really long form. Very long, slender body with big hands, big feet. I don't know what this is. This is like some generic furry thing. This is also someone, like, I didn't collect all the references. I didn't keep them. So I don't know where I got all of these from. Just more like chibi fight stuff. We can really upplay the character attached to the tail thing. We can have the tail normal size and have a tiny ass character at the end. Right, this is like more kimono kind. You get the face, right, changed to be like more of a snout. And then you have the thick legs and stuff like that. And right, that's the trace. This is the original. It's more tail stuff. I think this was My Little Pony, I think. But it's not the show's official style, it's something else, I think. Someone else's stuff. Nothing really looks good because a lot of these styles kind of squishes the form down into like a tinier package, which inherently means that she loses that sort of long and slenderness that I want her to embody. So none of these check out, like all of them will fail the check. Because the vibes are all wrong. That's the thing. And that's why nothing is out yet. I was just trying different things. And you also have to consider if you're gonna make a plushie out of it, you want to reduce some complexities, some of the hands and stuff. I mean, eventually when I start to when I finish doing my design for Rhea that she's gonna be carrying, right, in the thing, I will talk more about the sort of plush design. because there are some nonsense here and there. I have some idea of where to grab use stuff from the furry community, and then I'll sort that out. Use the screen tablet, screenless tablet. This is a screen tablet. It's a Wacom Cintiq 13 HD. Also hello, finally. Also thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Hopefully I can make more stuff out in the future. This was the original sketch, and as I was trying to sort out the feet, because I want it to be this. So you have human, right? This is meant to be human, by the way. It only has 4 toes. Oh, it has 5 toes. And then you have the paws and different stylization of the paws, right? This is like a very cat-like thing. This is more just in general cute furry-like stuff. And this is slightly going into more like Western furry, a little bit more realistic paws kind of stuff. But I want her to be plantigrade. I want it to be flat, but I just want the toes and the form to be a little bit more angular, a little bit more angrier. Because, well, originally, like, her colors are kind of edgy in the sense that the contrast is kind of high, right? Oh, you're welcome, Sinali. Finally. Where is it? I kind of turned it off. Shit. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, this is illustration. That's the old board. Her colors are kind of edgy and stuff. So originally, and also her personality kind of angry, kind of antisocial. So it's a little bit more sharp, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it's not that rounded, not that soft of a character. But then as it goes on, there's this whole tsundere idea, right? So you have the tsun part, and then you have the rounder, cuter, more embarrassed part. And anyways, I don't know where I'm going with this. Originally, I like the shapes that I saw here, but I don't know what this is. I don't know how to rationalize what I've drawn here. Because I didn't really want her to have claws. It just felt very, very plastic and very hard. You know, I imagine like if she sleeps on the bed, she rolls around, she's gonna tear the bed sheet kind of sharp. And ooh, retractable claws. I don't know how that works in real life for cats. I will have to check the anatomy. I think most of the time people kind of design based on feels and the vibes and the shapes and stuff. But I kind of want to make it make a little bit more logical sense, especially if it moves. So I have to check to see if it works. But as of right now, I'm just gonna go with human feet. I also toyed with the idea of having just 4 toes. But then the thing about this is that it fits right into the uncanny valley because it's very familiar, but it's also weird because the toes would be like, what, 20% bigger than what it would have, like the usual size. And then if you're gonna go with this, you might as well just have 5 toes. At least I can find references easily. And interactions and stuff like that. So I haven't figured out the feet yet. But I think I would just go with human because otherwise it's too much work. She's already got that discoloration. By the way, the discoloration also has an issue because her original design has the discoloration. Well, her original design was entirely sort of furry design, so she doesn't have human skin color. She's entirely purple with a bit of a lighter under like the inner shade. So because that was a thing back then, her underside of the palms and the underside of the feet is actually a lighter color. But then now, it doesn't really work. Because then the like, at least for the feet, I guess it kind of works. It's like a separated area. But the hands kind of have this gradient that kind of goes. I guess you could still just have it on the palms. Right, that could work. But then the second issue would be, what color would that be? Because originally, that color already existed on the character. Right, I didn't want it to be like on the underside, like kind of like the underside color, because the contrast would be too sharp. So whenever you draw the hands, there will be like 2 very distinct tones there. It might make things very complicated. I'm really kind of on the fence with the current setup, so I will see. That's why we need to kind of draw her more, because I need to figure out what happens when I start coloring her, different lighting, different clothing, different poses. When all these elements are next to each other and I see how the colors play with each other, I can get a better idea of if I want it or not. So some of the stuff will still change as we go on here. That's why her sheets are not like exactly officially done. But anyways, that's all the stuff that I kind of have on here. It's like a VR chat model that I found that I wanted to reference, but all these faces tend to be really flat, like it's like very squished and very stretched to the side. Oh, this is the coloring for... What is this? Another idea for the colors is a different set of colors for the ears. Something white. Right, in this direction, she will go with the white and purple. She'll kind of be like a, really like a fairy, a little bit lighter color tones and stuff. But the tail wouldn't work, right? It wouldn't be the darker colors anymore. Oh yeah, her original design had goggles. And you guys might be able to get a vibe and get a feel for where this might have been taken from. Right? So when I was saying I'm taking ideas that I like, this is also part of it. So in terms of design. The original concept had a more of a tech vibe. Now she still kind of has it. I just I'm not really playing too hard into it because I want to have her softer and tech sci-fi sort of RGB colors all have very high contrast. Whether if it's the value because of the lighting, the strong lighting, or because of the colors and saturation because of the RGB. So they all don't feel very soft and very comfy. They just feel very exciting, I guess. So I'm holding off of that. Also, you can see the hearts here. Originally, I was gonna make her like, I don't know, like put hearts on herself for no real reason. Like these are stickers, by the way. Actually, this idea also came from another artist. The stuff is quite a bit not safe for work though, so I don't know if I can show it. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. You guys can check out their art by yourselves, and you will see what I mean by the stickers. But this is the artist that inspired the sort of sticker idea. I didn't go with it because I hate the idea of something sticking to my skin, and I'm just not gonna let her do that. What else do I have here? I have the ears. Ear functionality. I would probably just like yeah, we need to line this. It's not that hard. It's just a very quick line. The waist sketch, the ones that you guys saw just now, that's colored. Convenience sensor. Oh right, I forgot to write the words. Right, I forgot to write the words. And these are just more cleanups. These photos are empty here. And then the tail. Oh, this. You guys know who this is? I talked about this before, but this is the character designer for some Hololive, one of the Hololive CN VTubers. One pretty famous VTuber from Nijisanji as well, and then they themselves also made a lot of these models. I don't know if they made this one with the tail, but I saw the tail and I thought it'd be good reference, so I took a screenshot. Trying to set some more stuff up here. What else do I got? Not much, yeah. And then all of the other sketches that's already in the board, but it's a quick show and tell, I guess, of some of the stuff behind. There's also like quite a few other clip files that I cannot show you guys because those are well, for one, they're outdated, quite outdated, because it's the very old design from 2 years ago. But for two, it's not safe for work. Anyways, that's kind of it for today. I want to continue working on this, expand some more idea, finish off the tail, get the base colors in, try out some colors. I still haven't fully decided on the color of the jacket, actually. But there's not many choices, I don't think. Ooh, actually, let me think. Yeah, anyways, we'll find out the colors. If not, at least we'll do more sketches, and then we'll have to sort out the colors on the weekends. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. Where's my mouse? And I'll see you guys tomorrow. On my Wednesday. It's Wednesdays, my dude. Yes. Oh, I feel like the original looked better than this because of where the hair came down. But the original setup is physically wrong though. Well, you win some, you lose some. I want to be technically, I want to be like correct, so I guess this is the compromise. Anyways. I answered that on that question. Was it? Curve line above the wing and her hair. Curve line above the wing and her hair. Sorry, which one? This sketch here? Curve line above the wing and her hair, like this part here. Below? Oh, you're talking about this nonsense? This is the work in progress for the tail. It's the fin, the top fin. Yeah, because I'm trying to get the tail to turn around here. And technically it would be in front of the hair, I guess. Actually, it would probably interact with the hair if I were to do this. So yeah, it's just this thing. But yeah, anyways, yeah, this thing here. But anyways, thank you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Good night.